दर्शन स्थल स्वराज द्वीप में आयोजित इस अद्वितीय मत्स्य पालन और जल कृषि निवेश सम्मेलन में आपका हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन। हम अंडमान और निकोबार द्वीप समूह के समृद्ध समुद्री संसाधनों के विकास की ओर केंद्रित इस महत्वपूर्ण मंच पर आपका स्वागत करते हुए अत्यंत गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। इस सभा का मुख्य उद्देश्य इन द्वीपों की अपार क्षमता को उजागर करना और एक स्थायी नीली अर्थव्यवस्था की दिशा में कदम बढ़ाना है।
Cordial welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Investors Meet 2024 on investment opportunities in fisheries and aquaculture sector of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Honorable Union Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Admiral D.K. Joshi, Lieutenant Governor, Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Chairman, Islands Development Agency, and all other esteemed dignitaries. We acknowledge your presence in this mega event.
एवं अन्य गणमान्य अतिथियों का पुष्प गुच्छों से स्वागत एवं सम्मान करेंगे, क्योंकि फूलों को कृतज्ञता, गर्मजोशी और प्रशंसा का सार्वभौमिक प्रतीक माना जाता है। May I request the Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, Shri Keshav Chandra ji, to present bouquet to Honorable Union Minister
Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh. Bouquet will be presented to Shri S.P. Baghel, Minister of State, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying by Shri S.K. Sinha, PCCS, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. Bouquet will be presented to Shri George Kurian, Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying by Shri Hargobinder Singh Dhaliwal, IPS, DGP, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. Bouquet will be presented to Admiral D.K. Joshi, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Andaman and Nicobar Islands by Secretary, Fisheries, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Shri Vishwendra. Bouquet will be presented to Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, Secretary Fisheries, Ministry of State, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Government of India.
by Secretary Shipping, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, Ms. Purva Garg. Secretary Fisheries, Shri Vishwendra ji. Bouquet will be presented to Shri Keshav Chandra, IAS Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration by DC South Andaman, Shri Arjun Sharma.
Bouquet will be presented to Shri Sanjay Kumar Sinha, PCCF by SDM South Andaman, Shri Vinayak Chamadia. Bouquet will be presented to Shri Hargobinder Singh Dhaliwal, IPS, Director General of Police, Andaman and Nicobar Police, by Assistant Commissioner Settlement, Shri Abhishek Gulia. Bouquet will be presented to Srimati Neetu Prasad, IAS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries, Government of India, by Assistant Commissioner Swaraj Dweep, Shri Bouquet will be presented to Shri Ranjit Singh, IAS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, by Ms. Anuja Trivedi, IAS.
ज्ञान और प्रगति के प्रकाश के प्रतीक के रूप में अब हम औपचारिक दीप प्रज्वलन की प्रक्रिया शुरू करेंगे। मैं सम्मानित अतिथियों को आज के कार्यक्रम का आधिकारिक उद्घाटन करने के लिए दीप प्रज्वलन में शामिल होने के लिए सादर आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
Now here I invite Shri Keshav Chandra ji, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, to deliver the welcome address.
माननीय केंद्रीय मत्स्य पशुपालन एवं डेयरी मंत्री श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी, मत्स्य पशुपालन एवं डेयरी मंत्रालय के माननीय उपराज्य मंत्री श्री जॉर्ज कुरियन जी, केंद्रीय मत्स्य पशुपालन एवं डेयरी राज्य मंत्री प्रोफेसर SP सिंह बघेल जी, अंडमान तथा निकोबार द्वीप समूह के माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय एडमिरल DK जोशी जी, भारत सरकार के मत्स्य पशुपालन एवं डेयरी मंत्रालय के सचिव डॉक्टर अभिलाष लिखी जी, भारत सरकार के अन्य पदाधिकारीगण, भारत के सुदूर कोनों से आए हुए निवेशकगण, अंडमान निकोबार सरकार में कार्यरत मेरे सहयोगी, प्रेस से आए गए मित्रगण, बहनों और भाइयों, अंडमान तथा निकोबार द्वीप समूह में मत्स्य एवं जलीय कृषि विकास तथा निर्यात संवर्धन पर निवेशकों के इस सम्मेलन में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। विशेषकर आज माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री पशुपालन, मत्स्य एवं डेयरी का आगमन भारत के सुदूर पूर्ववर्ती राज्य अरुणाचल प्रदेश से हो रहा है। यह उनकी कटिबद्धता को प्रदर्शित करता है और हमारे विश्वास को संबल देता है। जुलाई 27, 2024 में नीति आयोग की गवर्निंग काउंसिल मीटिंग हुई थी, जिसकी अध्यक्षता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने की थी। उस दिन भोजन के अवकाश के समय मुझे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी के साथ उसी टेबल पर बैठने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ था। उसी समय माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी ने इस प्रस्ताव को सहर्ष स्वीकार किया कि अंडमान और निकोबार द्वीप समूह में यदि निवेशकों का एक ऐसा सम्मेलन आयोजित किया जाए तो इससे पूरे देश को बहुत फायदा होगा। महोदय, अंडमान तथा निकोबार द्वीप समूह मत्स्य संपदा रूपी सोने की खान पर बैठा है। विगत 2 वर्षों में हमने इस क्षेत्र के विकास में आ रहे सारे अवरोधों को दूर करने का प्रयास किया है तथा मत्स्य संबंधी उन सारे क्षेत्रों का आकलन किया है जिससे भारतवर्ष आसानी से आगामी 4-5 वर्षों में विश्व का प्रमुख निर्यातक देश बन सकता है। बंगाल की खाड़ी में स्थित अंडमान तथा निकोबार द्वीप समूह समुद्री क्षेत्र में टूना मछली प्रचुर मात्रा में पाई जाती है। इसके बावजूद यहाँ पे टूना संसाधनों का दोहन काफ़ी कम हो रहा है। भौगोलिक दृष्टि से अंडमान तथा निकोबार द्वीप समूह ऐसे स्थान पर स्थित है जो थाईलैंड और इंडोनेशिया जैसे प्रमुख टूना बाजारों के बिल्कुल नज़दीक है। लगभग 60,000 टन की वार्षिक मत्स्यहरण की संभावनाओं के बावजूद वर्तमान दोहन प्रतिवर्ष 7,000 टन से भी कम है, जो चिंताजनक है। हमारी स्ट्रैटेजिक प्लानिंग और इन्वेस्टमेंट की आवश्यकता से यह गैप जो है वो कम किया जा सकता है। अंडमान तथा निकोबार द्वीप समूह को टूना क्लस्टर के रूप में अधिसूचित करना भारत में ब्लू इकोनॉमी की क्षमता को विकसित करने की दिशा में एक कारगर स्टेप साबित हुआ है। लॉजिस्टिकल इन्हांसमेंट को प्राथमिकता देकर अंडमान तथा निकोबार प्रशासन दक्षिण पूर्व एशियाई बाजारों के साथ जुड़ने के लिए अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को स्थापित करता है और इस क्षेत्र को एक समर्पित टूना क्लस्टर के रूप में मान्यता देकर सरकार मत्स्यहरण बंदरगाहों को बेहतर बनाने, कोल्ड चेन लॉजिस्टिक्स को विकसित करने और फिश प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स को बढ़ाने के उद्देश्य से इसमें निवेश को प्राथमिकता देती है। इस तरह की उन्नति यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आवश्यक है कि मत्स्यहरण से लेकर उपभोक्ता तक की आपूर्ति श्रृंखला कुशल, विश्वसनीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मानकों को पूरा करने में सक्षम हो। इस पहल से न केवल आर्थिक लाभ सुनिश्चित होगा बल्कि सस्टेनेबल प्रैक्टिसेस को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा, जिससे भारत एक उत्तरदायी और समृद्ध समुद्री खाद्य उद्योग स्थापित करने की भूमिका में की प्रतिबद्धता को बल मिलेगा। वर्तमान में बहुत थोड़ा मत्स्य उत्पाद दक्षिणी पूर्वी एशियाई देशों को निर्यात हो रहा है, किंतु अंडमान का मत्स्य उत्पाद सर्वप्रथम चेन्नई जाता है, उसके पश्चात दक्षिण पूर्वी एशियाई देशों में भेजा जाता है। अंडमान से सीधा निर्यात अतिरिक्त दूरी के कारण हुए अतिरिक्त खर्च को दूर कर सकता है। गुणवत्ता के दृष्टिकोण से अंडमान का मत्स्य उत्पाद सर्वश्रेष्ठ है और यदि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की इस विषमता को दूर किया जाए तो देश से निर्यात होने वाली आमदनी में कई गुना बढ़ोतरी की जा सकती है। टूना के अलावा अंडमान में और कई संभावनाएं हैं। पर्च फिशेस, जिनमें स्नैपर्स, ग्रुपर्स, एम्परर फिश आते हैं, जो हाई वैल्यू फिशेस हैं, इन सारी मछलियों की बहुतायत अंडमान समुद्र में है। इसका एक्सप्लॉयटेशन सही विधि से किया जाए तो हमें बहुत आर्थिक लाभ मिल सकता है। महोदय, 2004 की सुनामी के बाद अंडमान तथा निकोबार के कई इलाके समुद्र के पानी से जलमग्न हो गए थे। इन सारे इलाकों में श्रिम्प फार्मिंग किया जा सकता है। इस दिशा में कुछ इन्वेस्टर्स ने काम करना शुरू कर दिया है, किंतु अभी एक विशाल जलमग्न क्षेत्र उपलब्ध है जहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर का श्रिम्प उत्पादन किया जा सकता है। अंडमान प्रशासन ने इन सारे इलाकों को चिन्हित किया है तथा एक रोबस्ट पॉलिसी बनाई है जिससे इस क्षेत्र में निवेश की सारी कठिनाइयों को दूर किया जा सके। सीवीड के क्षेत्र में हमने कई प्रयास किए हैं। अंडमान के कई क्षेत्र में सीवीड फार्म लगाए गए हैं जिनमें एक स्थानीय प्रजाति ग्रेसिलेरिया एडुलिस के बीज लगाए गए हैं। प्राइवेट सेक्टर को इनवाइट किया गया है जिससे सारा का सारा उत्पाद एक वैल्यू चेन के तहत बेचा जा सके। महोदय, वर्तमान में अंडमान के समुद्रों में जो टोटल सीवीड फार्म्स है वो देश के किसी भी दूसरे इलाके से ज़्यादा है। महोदय, अंडमान के समुद्री पानी की गुणवत्ता इतनी अच्छी है कि इसमें मत्स्य उत्पाद यूरोप और अमेरिका के स्टैंडर्ड को आसानी से प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। विगत 2 वर्षों में हमने केज कल्चर को बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण कार्य किए हैं तथा स्थानीय लोगों को इसके प्रति जागरूक किया है। केज कल्चर निवेश के लिए अत्यंत प्रभावी क्षेत्र साबित हो सकता है। आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित हमारे सम्मानित निवेशक इस ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के उत्प्रेरक हैं। आपके विजन, एक्सपर्टीज और कमिटमेंट इस क्षेत्र की अनटैप्ड पोटेंशियल को अनलॉक करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगी। आपके सहयोग से हम अत्याधुनिक जलीय कृषि प्रौद्योगिकी की शुरुआत कर सकते हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में सुधार कर सकते हैं और सस्टेनेबल उपायों में बढ़ोतरी कर सकते हैं। अंत में मैं अंडमान और निकोबार प्रशासन की ओर से टूना क्लस्टर, श्रिम्प फार्मिंग, सीवीड कल्टीवेशन, पर्च फिशिंग तथा केज कल्चर आधारित दृष्टिकोण को बढ़ावा देने वाली पहलों का समर्थन करने के लिए हमारे समर्पण को पुनः दोहराता हूँ। आज अंडमान तथा निकोबार द्वीप समूह में मत्स्यहरण और जलीय कृषि क्षेत्र के लिए एक उत्साहपूर्ण नए अध्याय की शुरुआत हो रही है। ये एक ऐसा अध्याय है जो हमारे प्रत्येक निवेशक, साझेदार और हितधारक द्वारा लिखा जाएगा और हम एक ऐसे उद्योग की स्थापना कर सकते हैं जो सस्टेनेबल, समृद्ध और वैश्विक स्तर पर प्रतिस्पर्धी होगा और देश की आय में उत्तरोत्तर बढ़ोतरी करेगा। अंत में मैं पुनः आप सबों का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद महोदय। अब मैं सचिव मत्स्य पालन, भारत सरकार, डॉक्टर अभिलाष लिखी जी को इस अवसर पर अपने विचारों को साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूं। आइए उनका हम गर्मजोशी से स्वागत करें।
Esteemed dignitaries on the stage, senior officers of the Department of Fisheries, Andaman Nicobar government, fellow investors who are present in this room, I welcome you all on behalf of the Department of Fisheries. We are all aware that under the rubric of the clarion call given by the Honorable Prime Minister for Viksit Bharat 2047, the vision for the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture has 3 key elements. Number 1, that it should be ecologically viable, sustainable. Number 2, it should be economically viable also. It should earn some incomes to fishermen. And 3, that it should be socially inclusive. That is the broad vision that we have for the fisheries and aquaculture sector. Now we are targeting about 3 crore fishermen, fish farmers and allied workers. And within this vision, there are 3 pillars that are very essential for this vision to be implemented. Number 1, enhancing production and productivity. Number 2, developing our infrastructure, which also includes post-harvest management. And number 3, strengthening regulatory management of our systems to make it sustainable. But across the vision and across these pillars of intervention, one thing is very key, and the Honorable Cabinet Minister has always stressed, and that is technology infusion. There are some technologies which are specific to the fisheries and aquaculture sector, like making it intensive in terms of aquaculture, recirculatory aquaculture systems, biofloc, cage, pen culture. There are some technologies which are impacting our country as a whole, which if we don't imbibe, will not be at the cutting edge of things. Artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, incubation of startups, and most importantly, digitizing our workforce, which we are currently doing under a World Bank project. So these are some of the technologies we have to imbibe if our vision has to work, if our interventions have to implement that vision. Now, the new department was constituted in 2019. Ever since 2015, a total investment of about 38,572 crores has been made by the Department of Fisheries with the help of the state governments, it has had two major impacts. One is on the domestic scenario. Our production now touches 175 lakh tons, of which 131 lakh tons is inland fisheries, brackish water, fresh water. And more than that, our exports are in value terms to the extent of 60,000 crores, of which primarily we are exporting frozen shrimps to the world. I'm thankful to the Honorable Minister Shri Lalan Singh Ji, who has guided us, who has provided us leadership to make export promotion the basic plank of our entire strategy and development in the future. I also thank His Excellency Admiral Joshi Ji for hosting us here in Andaman Nicobars. In context of our vision, in context of our intervention strategy, if I look at the total resources of our exclusive economic zone, they are about 53 lakh tons. And out of 53 lakh tons, roughly about 3.80 lakh tons are oceanic and island resources. And herein comes the importance of Andaman Nicobar, as the Chief Secretary was mentioning. 1.48 lakh ton is the potential of harnessing resources in Andaman Nicobar Islands, but we are currently harnessing about 46,000 only. And if you see oceanic resources, we have a potential of 60,000 lakh tons, but we are harnessing hardly about 8%, which includes other species and tuna species. So in this context, I think this investor meet, under the able leadership of Honorable Minister Lalan Singh Ji, our Ministers of State, Honorable Excellency Administrator, Lieutenant Governor, this investor meet is very important. Today we have industry representatives. Today we have with us a lot of potential investors. We would look forward to your views. We would look forward to your feedback and the problems that you face, so that we can take our export strategy and, more importantly, the value addition element in our export strategy in the futuristic plane. Yesterday, I had a very extensive visit of facilities in Port Blair to learn what are the problems faced as far as tuna fishing is concerned. So one thing which I learned was that we should target about 3,000 fishermen and 72 mechanized vessels that are in the ambit. So I have requested the National Fisheries Development Board, the Fisheries Survey of India, and all our grounded agencies here to develop a plan. We need to do a feasibility study. We need to do a gap analysis of what is the end-to-end problem from the seed stage to the market stage, and then back it up with our strategies to build the capacity of our fishermen, to build their capacity in terms of training, in terms of technicalities of tuna fishing, in terms of good catch practices, and then plug it into the overall export strategy. So I'm very thankful to the Honorable Minister for providing us the leadership to come up with this idea of having an investor meet here, sir. We are thankful to you. We can assure you that we will take this forward in the most robust way. This will not just be a one-time affair. And in fact, the announcement of a tuna cluster should be a great fillip to bring end-to-end solutions to not just tuna, but also other species. Yesterday, I saw a processing plant where mackerel is being processed and exported all over the world. We would like similar things to happen to tuna. So with these words, I assure the government of Andaman Nicobar and our honorable ministers that we will do our best in the Department of Fisheries to take forward the entire export strategy and within the rubric of sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are delighted to have with us Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Shri George Kurian. I request him to share his insights, please. Sir.
Honorable Cabinet Minister, Sri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, MOS Professor S.P. Singh Baghel Ji, Honorable Lieutenant General Admiral D.K. Joshi Ji, Abhilash Dikhi Ji, Needu Prasad Ji, all other officers, stakeholders, sisters and brothers. When I reached this Andaman, I remembered our freedom fighters and their sacrifice. And I would like to tribute the memories on their memories. And at the same time, see, first time in India, liberated or become independent is Andaman. And the national flag was hoisted by Subhash Chandra Bose in Andaman, and we are in now Swaraj Island. I start from there and see this vision of our Prime Minister for a developed country in 2047. And the efficient leadership under efficient leadership of our Cabinet Minister, Sri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, we are going faster. I will say one example. Last 1 week, I participated 3 functions of this Fisheries Ministry. First one is on 8th, the demonstration of this drones in Cochin. I express my gratitude to Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji for that. Second one was ranching of these fingerlings in Trivandrum yesterday. This one is the third one. Then I remember that in September 6th, in Visakhapatnam, there was exporters meet. I believe that investment is directly proportional to export. That is why very important meeting is going now and taken place now. And I think whether it is my wild thinking or not, why don't we connect this fisheries and tourism? Several countries do it, and we can consider here a tourist place and a beautiful place. I appreciate the officers of this ministry, and I conclude my speak because I want to take an anticipatory bail, because tomorrow is the 150th birthday of Birsa Munda. In our place in Kerala, it is being conducting in a faraway place. That the last flight is from Andaman is at 2:45. That is why in between I may have to leave. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर वैल्यूएबल थॉट्स सर। अब हम एक संक्षिप्त वीडियो दिखाएंगे जिसमें मत्स्य पालन में मूल्य संवर्धन और निर्यात संवर्धन की संभावनाओं पर प्रकाश डाला गया है। यह वीडियो इन द्वीपों में जलीय कृषि के विकास के लिए प्रमुख पहलों और अवसरों को दर्शाता है। आइए इस संक्षिप्त वीडियो का अवलोकन करें।
Andaman and Nicobar Islands, paradise, unparalleled natural beauty, rich marine biodiversity, and a world of untapped potential. Located in the Bay of Bengal, these islands have a coastline that stretches for approximately 1,912 kilometers and varies greatly with both rugged and sandy shores, coral reefs, and numerous bays. With its rich marine biodiversity, these islands offer abundant opportunities for sustainable fishing, aquaculture, and seafood export. The islands have the potential to yield 1.48 lakh tons of fisheries resources in its waters. But current harvest levels stand at only 49,138 tons. potential of the oceanic tuna, including yellowfin tuna and skipjack tuna in Andaman and Nicobar waters, is estimated at 60,000 tons, is substantial and remains largely untapped. The current oceanic harvests stand at only 4,420 tons. There is immense scope for expansion in the oceanic tuna fisheries. The export market for tuna is thriving. The Department of Fisheries, Government of India has notified the Andaman and Nicobar Islands for development of tuna cluster. It is envisaged that tuna cluster would generate huge revenue with exports and contribute significantly to India's seafood industry. Under the development of tuna cluster, allocation of land and other resources and single window clearances for business ventures will be worked out and streamlined. And with some infrastructure already in place by the Department of Fisheries, the foundation for growth is already set. Additionally, initiatives like the Marine Spatial Planning and Mariculture Policy are being prepared. An international flight from Vijayapuram to Kuala Lumpur is soon to be launched, along with leasing of cages. An export promotion cell and multiple steps being taken, the islands are poised for a transformative leap, offering exciting investment opportunities in both upstream and downstream sectors. The development of deep-sea fishing vessels, seaweed farming, pearl farming, ornamental fish farming, and cage culture are central to expanding the region's marine economy. Additionally, modernizing key harbors like Maya Bandar and Jangli Ghat will support the growth of the fisheries sector. Andaman and Nicobar Islands are on the cusp of becoming a global seafood powerhouse. Investors are invited to be part of this exciting growth story. From fish processing to value-added products, from aquaculture to ecotourism, the potential is limitless. With these interventions, Andaman and Nicobar's fisheries sector is all set to thrive. And so is the future of business.
We now move to a significant milestone, the launch of the tuna cluster in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. This initiative marks a new chapter in sustainable fisheries in the region and will pave the way for significant growth and opportunities. I take this privilege to request Honorable Union Minister Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh and Honorable Lieutenant Governor Andaman and Nicobar Islands Admiral D.K. Joshi to launch the tuna cluster by pressing the remote button.
The tuna industry is thriving as a major contributor to the blue economy, valued globally at over 40 billion annually. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands present an unparalleled opportunity with a vast 6 lakh square kilometer exclusive economic zone rich in high-value species like tuna, offering an untapped oceanic potential of yellowfin tuna and skipjack tuna. Located close to Southeast Asia, the islands enable efficient trade routes by sea and air, ideal for expanding India's tuna export capabilities. To scale up the value chain of tuna production, processing and export, the Department of Fisheries, Government of India has notified the development of tuna cluster in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands under Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, and it's being launched today. This initiative aims to attract investments, build partnerships with tuna fishing nations, and implement training and capacity building programs. Infrastructure for fish landing, processing, and export connectivity will also be developed to streamline operations and enhance global competitiveness.
और अब मैं द्वीपों के माननीय उपराज्यपाल महोदय एवं उपाध्यक्ष द्वीप विकास एजेंसी एडमिरल D.K. जोशी जी से विनम्र आग्रह करती हूं कि उपस्थिति को संबोधित करें।
नमस्कार, माननीय केंद्र मंत्री श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी, माननीय MOS प्रोफेसर बघेल, केंद्रीय सचिव डॉक्टर लिखी जी, केंद्रीय सरकार अंडमान प्रशासन के अधिकारीगण, इन्वेस्टर्स मीट में सम्मिलित होने वाले सारे महानुभाव, उपस्थित देवियों और सज्जनों, सर्वप्रथम तो मैं माननीय मंत्री जी का, माननीय एमओएस का और बाहर से आए सभी डेलीगेट्स का अंडमान पधारने पर हार्दिक स्वागत करना चाहता हूं और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन, इस ट्यूना कल्चर का लॉन्च, यह एक बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक कदम है जिससे इस क्षेत्र की इकोनॉमी आने वाले वर्षों में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण उसका इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। अंडमान निकोबार आइलैंड्स देश का 1/3 एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन ये जो है कंप्राइज करता है, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि फिशरीज और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स का खाली 1/3 हिस्सा हमारे पानी में है। कई सारे कैलकुलेशंस यहां दिखाए गए, मैट्रिक टन्स, परसेंटेज वगैरह, लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि एक फैक्टर उसमें शायद मिसिंग है कि अवेलेबल मत्स्य संपदा का कितना प्रतिशत एक्सप्लॉइट किया जा चुका है। जहां तक बाकी की कोस्टल स्टेट्स वगैरह कंसर्न्ड हैं, वहां जो है फिशरीज का पोटेंशियल ओवर एक्सप्लॉइट हुआ है 7 दशकों में, जबकि अंडमान और निकोबार के वाटर्स में जो भी पोटेंशियल, जो भी इनका फिशरीज और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स की होल्डिंग है, यहां बिल्कुल एक्सप्लॉइटेशन नहीं हो पाया है। तो अगर उसको फैक्टर इन करके थ्योरेटिकल कैलकुलेशन किया जाए तो ये परसेंटेज मेरे हिसाब से बहुत ज्यादा है। बल्कि एक किंवदंती या एक सेइंग होती है कि इन अंडमान एंड निकोबार वाटर्स द फिश आर हैविंग टू डाई ऑफ ओल्ड एज बिकॉज देयर इज नोबडी टू कैच देम। अभी तक एक सबसे बड़ा अवरोध जो यहां से फिशरीज और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के एक्सपोर्ट का था, वो था कि एमपीडा के और ईआईए के ऑफिसेस या तो चेन्नई में या कोलकाता में या विशाखापट्टनम में थे, जिसका मतलब ये था कि कोई भी फिशरीज या मरीन प्रोडक्ट अगर यहां से एक्सपोर्ट करना है तो वो पहले 1500 किलोमीटर पश्चिम में मुख्य भूमि में जाएगा, वहां उसकी एक्सपोर्ट क्लियरेंस होगी और फिर वो वापस हमारे से ऊपर से उड़ता हुआ वो 1500 किलोमीटर दोबारा कवर करके 300, 200, 400 किलोमीटर साउथ ईस्ट एशियन कंट्रीज में एक्सपोर्ट के मार्केट्स में पहुंचेगा। और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स आप सभी लोग जानते हैं कि बहुत ही पेरिशेबल होता है, तो ये बहुत ही इम्प्रैक्टिकल एक तरह से कहा जाए तो प्रोपोजिशन था। तो उसके लिए मैं मंत्रालय का धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि एमपीडा के और ईआई के ऑफिसेस अब जो है श्री विजयपुरम में ही खुल चुके हैं। और इसके लिए मंत्रालय के अलावा मैं साउथ जोनल काउंसिल का भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा, जहां हमने गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी की अध्यक्षता में इसको एजेंडा पॉइंट 2-3 मीटिंगों में रखा था, और क्योंकि इसमें इंटर मिनिस्टेरियल कोऑर्डिनेशन की जरूरत थी, उनके पूरे सहयोग से आज की डेट में ये ऑलरेडी फंक्शनल जो है एक रेगुलेटरी प्रोविजन है जिसका सॉल्यूशन उनको मिल चुका है। इस समय जहां तक मैं देखता हूं फिशरीज और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के एक्सपोर्ट में जो सबसे बड़ा अवरोध है वो है कनेक्टिविटी का। यहां से एक्सपोर्ट क्लियरेंस हो सकती है, कैच हो सकता है, लेकिन वो साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के देशों में पहुंचे कैसे। तो इस वीडियो में एक जो छोटा सा संदर्भ आया था कि डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट कुआलालंपुर से, मैं समझता हूं बहुत ही सौभाग्यपूर्ण एक ये कोइंसिडेंस है कि पहली इनॉग्रल फ्लाइट परसों 16 तारीख को ऑपरेट हो रही है। यह प्रशासन के कई साल तक निरंतर प्रयासों के बाद जो है यह संभव हो पाया है। और एयरबॉर्न फ्रोजन कार्गो जो है स्ट्रेट अवे हमारे पास एक ऑप्शन जो है वो उपलब्ध हो जाता है। बल्कि मैं मुख्य सचिव को एक सुझाव देना चाहूंगा कि रिटर्न फ्लाइट से हमारा पहला एक्सपोर्ट कंसाइनमेंट, चाहे वो छोटा सा ही हो, और गुडविल फैक्टर के ऊपर बतौर गिफ्ट कुआलालंपुर के जो मेजर फिश एक्सपोर्टर्स हैं, इंपोर्टर्स हैं, उनको अपने मिशन से संपर्क करके अगर पहला कंसाइनमेंट रिटर्निंग फ्लाइट से दिया जाए तो फिशरीज और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स का डायरेक्ट एक्सपोर्ट उससे जो है शुरू हो सकता है। लेकिन एयर कार्गो जो है वो लोड फैक्टर पे डिपेंड करेगा, कब कैसे फ्लाइट्स इंप्रूव की जो है बढ़ा हुए हैं, कैसे फ्लाइट ज्यादा बढ़े, इसमें जहां तक मैं समझता हूं थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। तो इससे बड़ा सोल्यूशन और इससे ज्यादा कन्वीनियंट सोल्यूशन जो है वो शिपिंग रिलेटेड होगा। उसमें एक हमारा इनिशिएटिव रहा है कई साल से, जिसमें मैं मंत्री जी का सहयोग चाहूंगा। एनसीवी, नियर कोस्टल वॉयज का जो है हमारे लिए फैसिलिटेशन, इसमें कई सारी मंत्रालय इन्वॉल्व हैं, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स इन्वॉल्व है, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ शिपिंग इन्वॉल्व है। कई साल से हम इसका प्रयास कर रहे हैं। संक्षेप में, छोटे जहाजों का जो बे ऑफ बंगाल इन कंट्रीज में ऑपरेट कर सकें, थाईलैंड, मलेशिया, वेस्ट कोस्ट, इंडोनेशिया, सिंगापुर वगैरह वगैरह, उनके क्रू के लिए जो इंटरनेशनल सर्टिफिकेशन की जरूरत होती है, उसमें इसके प्राविधानों के अंतर्गत उतने स्ट्रिंजेंट सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं चाहिए और छोटे जहाज इस तरह की वॉयजेस कर सकते हैं। ये ऑलरेडी एक एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोविजन है। इसमें हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अंडमान तथा निकोबार आइलैंड्स इन बे ऑफ बंगाल रिम कंट्रीज के लिए इंक्लूड हो जाए। तो एक बार यह फैसिलिटेशन अगर इंक्लूड हो जाता है, तो कुछ टाइम पहले मुख्य सचिव के नेतृत्व में एक डेलीगेशन थाईलैंड गया था, उसमें इंडस्ट्रीज के भी लोग गए थे। वहां जो है ये मेरे ख्याल से डिस्कशंस हुए थे कि अगर शिपिंग में फ्रोजन कार्गो के तहत फिशरीज और मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स एक्सपोर्ट किए जा सकें, तो वो वहां के मार्केट्स में एकदम से एब्जॉर्ब किए जा सकेंगे। इसके साथ ही मैं अंत में फिर एक बार आप सबका धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। जय हिंद।
Thank you for sharing your invaluable thoughts, sir. And here I invite the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Professor S.P. Singh Baghel, to share his thoughts.
अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में फिशरी एवं जल कृषि के विकास के संदर्भ में इन्वेस्टर समिट मीट 2024 के इस महत्वपूर्ण उद्देश्य के लिए आयोजित इस समिट में मंच पर उपस्थित भारत सरकार के फिशरी, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, डेयरी एवं पंचायती राज के कैबिनेट मंत्री और हम सबके मुखिया आदरणीय राजीव रंजन सिंह और ललन सिंह जी, अभी हमारे बीच में से गए हैं। इसी विभाग के राज्य मंत्री हमारे सहयोगी जॉर्ज कुरियन साहब, जिनको आवश्यक कार्य से संभवतः तमिलनाडु के बॉर्डर पे पहुंचना है। अंडमान निकोबार के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर एडमिरल जोशी साहब, हमारे फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट के सेक्रेटरी श्री अभिकेश लेखी साहब, चीफ सेक्रेटरी अंडमान निकोबार एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, हमारी ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी नीतू जी, डीजीपी अंडमान निकोबार एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, सेक्रेटरी फिशरी अंडमान निकोबार एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और भारत सरकार और अंडमान निकोबार प्रशासन के इस विभाग के सभी अधिकारी और देश भर से जो इस कार्यक्रम को सफल कराने और किसी उद्देश्य पर पहुंचने के लिए उस सेमिनार को जो सफल करेंगे, इन्वेस्टर मीट को किसी लक्ष्य पर सफल कराने वाले ऐसे सारे निवेशक भाइयों, देवियों, सज्जनों, कश्मीर की जगह अगर जहांगीर हैवलॉक आइलैंड पे आए होते तो फिर यही कहते कि धरती पर कहीं स्वर्ग है तो यही है, यही है, यही है। बाद में जाके श्रीनगर में जो भी कहते, इस सुंदर आइलैंड पर इस विभाग के राज्य मंत्री के रूप में मैं सभी निवेशकों का स्वागत करता हूं और अभिनंदन करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री जी के दिल के कितने करीब है ये विभाग, ये इस बात से प्रतीत होता है कि 2019 में पहली बार आजादी के 60-65 साल बाद 13-14 प्रधानमंत्रियों के बनने के बाद किसी प्रधानमंत्री की निगाह इस विभाग पर एनिमल हस्बेंड्री और डेयरी और फिशरीज पे पड़ी। कृषि विभाग अपने आप में इतना बड़ा विभाग है कि मुझे लगता है उनके सेक्रेटरी, उनके मंत्री की लास्ट प्रायोरिटी फाइल करने की यह रहा होगा। इसी से अंदाज लगा लो कि आईसीआर की 20-25 संस्थान हमारे हैं और 80-90 उनके। मैंने भी पहली बार ब्लू रेवोल्यूशन शब्द सुना, नीली क्रांति। उसके पहले हरित क्रांति, श्वेत क्रांति सुनी थी। केवल विभाग नहीं बनाया, उसके लिए एक बड़ा बजट की भी व्यवस्था की। मुझे लगता है कि इसी विभाग के सहारे वो ये कहने की हिम्मत कर पाए कि हम किसानों की आय को निकट भविष्य में दुगनी करेंगे। इस विभाग में कुछ महीने रहने और यूपी में एनिमल हस्बेंड्री और फिशरी का मिनिस्टर रहने के अनुभव के आधार पर मैं कह सकता हूं, खासतौर से एनिमल हस्बेंड्री और डेयरी और फिशरी, ये आय 4 गुनी भी हो सकती है, बशर्ते किसान को अपनी परंपरागत खेती से थोड़ा मोह भंग करना पड़ेगा और उसको उन्नत किस्म के पशुपालन, मछली पालन, मुर्गी पालन, सुगर पालन, मधुमक्खी पालन, फूलों की खेती, फलों की खेती, ड्रिप इरिगेशन, स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन, औषधि खेती, ऑर्गेनिक खेती और प्राकृतिक खेती पर ध्यान दे। लोग स्वास्थ्य के प्रति अब बहुत जागरूक हैं। ये जितने मैंने बताए कि पशुपालन, मुर्गी पालन, सुअर पालन, बकरी पालन, मधुमक्खी पालन, फूलों की खेती, फलों की खेती, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, नेचुरल फार्मिंग, ये सब जमीन पर ही हो सकती है। इसमें जो मैंने बीच में छोड़ दिया मछली पालन, इसका जो जिसको हम कहते हैं फार्मिंग का इलाका इसलिए ज्यादा हो सकता है कि भारत 3 तरफ से समुद्र से घिरा है और ये नदियों का देश है। हमारे पुरखे वाटर मैनेजमेंट जानते हो या ना जानते हो, वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग जानते हो या ना जानते हो, लेकिन उन्होंने अपने पशुओं के लिए और अपने लिए और खेती के लिए तालाबों की व्यवस्था की थी। इसलिए मछली पालन का बहुत अपार संभावनाएं हैं। इस विभाग में आने से पहले मैं सोचता था कि बहुत बड़ा इलाका हमारा कोस्टल एरिया है, तो मैरीन फिशिंग ज्यादा होती होगी। लोकसभा में एक सवाल का जवाब देते हुए जब थोड़ा पढ़ा तो पता चला नहीं, इनलैंड लगभग 75% है, थोड़ा कम ज्यादा हो सकती है, और मैरीन 25%। ये थोड़ी अप्रोच से बाहर है। इसके कई कारण हैं। जैसे लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब कह रहे थे कि बुढ़ापे में वानप्रस्थ आश्रम में मछली मरने यहाँ आती है, तो मुझे याद आया कि ये केवल स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानियों के लिए काला पानी नहीं था, ये मछलियों के लिए भी काला पानी है। क्योंकि जो भी ट्रेडिंग करेंगे तो 1500 किलोमीटर जाकर के मेनलैंड जाकर हमें या तो कलकत्ता या संभवतः चेन्नई जाकर के मिलेगी। स्वाभाविक बात है, मछली महंगी हो जाएगी। ऊपर से आजकल लोग बहुत इतने खाने के शौकीन हो गए हैं कि अपनी पिक एंड चूज करते हैं। कई जगह मैं देखता हूं कि जीवित क्रैप होता है, क्या होता है, उसको छांटेंगे, प्रॉन को चिन्हित करेंगे और फिर अपने सामने कुकिंग कराएंगे। तो वेसल्स हमारी जो फ्रोजन अगर ऐसे शिप वगैरह हो, आप एडमिरल रहे तो आपसे अच्छा रास्ता कौन दिखा सकता है। आपका पानी से बहुत संबंध है तो थोड़ा मछलियों से भी संबंध रहा होगा। इसीलिए आज ये जो टूना की लॉन्चिंग हो रही है, कई बार एग्जीबिशन में जाता हूं तो इतनी तारीफ हिल्सा की होती है, टूना की होती है, प्रॉन्स की होती है कि मन करता है कि इस उम्र में अब मांसाहारी हो जाऊं। तो इतनी अच्छी तरीके से, हमारी संभावना इसलिए बहुत है कि एक जाति विशेष के डीएनए में हजारों साल से मछली पालन, मछली पकड़ना, क्योंकि वो कोस्टल एरिया में रहते हैं फिशरमैन हमारे, और मुझे लगता है देश के हर जिले में छोटी बड़ी नदी होती है। मैं इटावा का रहने वाला हूँ, पढ़ते थे 13 नदियां हैं वहाँ। ये अलग बात है कि नदियां मर रही हैं आजकल, उसके लिए हम ही लोग दोषी हैं। और हर नदी के 5 किलोमीटर लेफ्ट और राइट हमारे निषाद, मछुआरे, मल्लाह, फिशरमैन समाज के लोग ही रहते हैं, क्योंकि उनका बालू से, नदियों से, पानी से, नाव से और मछलियों से एक गहरा संबंध हुआ करता था। एक बड़े बजट की व्यवस्था ललन सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में हुई है, और उनके भी दिल के बहुत करीब ये विभाग है। नए नए तरीके कैसे आगे बढ़ा जाए। मैं 2014 से पहले और 14 से 24 के आंकड़े नहीं दूंगा, मुझे लगता है आज का दिन सुनने के लिए है। लोहिया कहते थे बंद कमरा खुली बात। डेमोक्रेसी का यही मतलब है कि इन्वेस्टर जो जो आपको दिक्कत होती हैं राज्य से, केंद्र से, अन्य विभागों से, पड़ोसी राज्यों से, पड़ोसी देश से, और एक चीज तो बहुत कॉमन है, अब हम उसी पर जी रहे हैं, सब्सिडी आदि पर खुल के बात करनी चाहिए। यहां जो लोग मंचासीन हैं, ये नीति निर्धारक हैं, ये सबसे बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। कोई चीज कैबिनेट में जाएगी तो कैबिनेट मंत्री जी यहां बैठे हैं, कैबिनेट नोट बनाने वाले भी यहां बैठे हैं। तो आज बहुत खुल के बातें मछली का वर्धन, संवर्धन, उसको पकड़ना, एक्सपोर्ट करना आदि पर आपका जो आपके अनुभव हैं, हम 3 महीने में विभाग नहीं समझ सकते, पारंगत नहीं हो सकते उसमें। आप इस व्यवसाय से जुड़े हुए हैं, इसलिए कहां कहां फाइल उलझती है, उसको कैसे सुलझाया जाए, वो आप साझा करेंगे तो हमें अच्छा लगेगा। केवल फिशिंग पर ये विभाग काम नहीं कर रहा है, मछुआरों की बहबूदी के लिए, कल्याण के लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए, उनकी शिक्षा के लिए, उनके आवास के लिए, उनके स्वास्थ्य के लिए मोदी जी की सरकार, हमारे ललन सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में तमाम वेलफेयर स्कीम है। मनुष्य के जीवन से बढ़ के कुछ नहीं है। तो जो इसरो को आपने 600 करोड़ रुपए दे करके ट्रांसपॉन्डर सहित हमें मिलेंगे, और 1 लाख लगाने हैं, अभी 6000 लगे हैं। संभवतः कुछ तकनीकी कारणों से अंडमान निकोबार में अभी नहीं लगे हैं, वो भी हो जाएगा। पता चल जाएगा कब सुनामी आ रही है, कब तूफान आ रहा है, कब हम दूसरे राज्य की सीमा में जा रहे हैं, दूसरे राष्ट्र की सीमा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमारे लिए अपने मछुआरे भाइयों का जीवन भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। वो कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, वो कितने महत्वपूर्ण लोग हैं कि मैं कोई राजनीतिक बात नहीं करना चाह रहा, लेकिन लोकसभा में या राज्यसभा में डीएमके के माननीय सदस्य खड़े होते हैं, अभी बोलना नहीं शुरू करते हैं तब तक एआईडीएमके के खड़े हो जाते हैं। लेकिन 3 इशू पर वो दोनों लोग एक होते हैं, एक कावेरी जल विवाद, एक तमिल एट्रोसिटी इन श्रीलंका, और एक मछुआरों की समस्या को लेकर, जब लंका या बाकी देशों में कुछ उनके साथ जाति होती है। तो इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितना महत्वपूर्ण हमारे वो राज्य जो कि समुद्र के किनारे हैं, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। बहुत अच्छा लगा आकर के। मैं 1998 में पहली बार मंत्री बनकर एक कमेटी में आया था। मुझे याद है कि एमओएस दलित तेजल मलाई साहब वो लेके आए थे। तब से परिवर्तन, एक बड़ा विकास पिछले 10 साल में। कितनी खुशी की बात है कि फिर 75 साल कहते हैं पहली बार, तो पहली बार 16 तारीख को हो रहा है ना, कि एक फ्लाइट जो कहाँ जा रही है, कुआलालंपुर जा रही है। तो हम अच्छी सी टूना वहाँ के मंत्री के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री के लिए, राष्ट्रपति के लिए एक उपहार पहला भेजा जाए, और उसी के साथ अगर कुछ अधिकारी जा सकें और कुछ एमओयू वहाँ हो सकें तो हमें करने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। थोड़ा क्लाइमेट चेंज वगैरह को भी ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा, बहुत तेजी के साथ हो रहा है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो रही है, ओजोन लेयर, ग्रीन गैसेस, ये सब कहीं ना कहीं जलचरों के लिए भी प्रभावित कर रही है। मैं इस इन्वेस्टर समिट के मीट की सफलता की कामना करता हूं। शाम को जब हम उठें तो कुछ बड़े निर्णयों के साथ मछुआरों के वेलफेयर के लिए, मछली खाने वालों के लिए। एक तो सबसे अच्छी बात है कि फिश इज गुड फॉर हेल्थ। हमारे विभाग को अब विज्ञापन एक पैसे का भी नहीं करना है, ये लोग जान गए हैं कि फिश इज गुड फॉर हेल्थ। किसी के यहाँ मैं ब्रेकफास्ट पे गया था तो एक महिला को 7-8 बार साबुन से हाथ धोते हुए देखा। मैंने कहा ऐसा क्या हो गया आपने 8 बार हाथ धोए? बोले मैं जैन हूँ, वेजिटेरियन हूँ, लेकिन बच्चे के स्वास्थ्य के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं करूंगी। मैंने अपने हाथ से थोड़ी सी मछली और अंडा खिलाया है बच्चे को, क्योंकि वो प्रोटीन बहुत है। तो सोचिएगा आप कि खाने वाली जातियां तो खा ही रही हैं, ना खाने वालियों का भी आकर्षण, अब खासतौर से मछली का। इसलिए अपने लिए परिभाषा बना रखी है कि ये जल तो रही है, ये वेजिटेरियन है। मैं जूलॉजी का छात्र हूँ, कैसे हो सकती है? हम फेफड़ों से सांस लेते हैं, ये गिल से लेते हैं शायद। इसमें रिप्रोडक्टिव सिस्टम है, नर्वस सिस्टम है, ब्लड वेस्कुलर सिस्टम है, तो जीव ही है। लेकिन फिर भी लोगों ने अपने लिए ऐसी अगर परिभाषाएं बनी हैं, ये हमारे विभाग के लिए ठीक है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपने मुझे इस अवसर पर अपनी बात कहने का। हम ललन सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में पूरा विभाग कैसे इस विभाग को और आगे ले जाया जाए, कैसे एक्सपोर्ट बढ़े, कैसे ज़्यादा हम कर सकें। सी बीट्स शब्द भी मैंने पहली बार सुना कि अपार संभावनाएं तमाम चीज़ों की है। हाइड्रोफोनिक, रीएक्वा सर्कुलेटिंग सिस्टम मेरे दिल के बहुत करीब है, खासतौर से उसका जो बायो फॉग। मुझे लगता है कि 8 टैंकों के साथ थोड़ा सा धन लगा के और सब्सिडी के साथ नौकरी करने की जरूरत नहीं है, बल्कि नौकरी देने की जरूरत हो जाएगी। तो उसका जितना ज़्यादा प्रचार और प्रसार हो सके, मुझे लगता है हम लोगों को बीबीए, एमबीए, बीसीए, होटल मैनेजमेंट, आईआईटीएंस, ये बच्चे जो प्रोग्रेसिव हैं, इनको अपनी तरफ आकर्षित करने के लिए उनके संस्थानों में जाना चाहिए। बहुत सी चीज़ें हमें पता नहीं है, इसलिए हम नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। जब पता चल जाता है, और कुछ ऐसे जैसे अभी मैं ईटानगर गया था, तो वहाँ जो एक फिशरीज का है वो देखने लायक है। तो ऐसी जगहों पर बच्चों के टूर आए तो वो भी, और मुझे लगता है कि बीएससी फिशरीज की भी सीट्स हमें थोड़ी बढ़ानी चाहिए, क्योंकि जब हम देख रहे हैं कि ये बहुत दिनों दिन हर साल प्रगति कर रहा है, तो हमें कुछ विशेषज्ञों की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी। धन्यवाद।
आपके प्रोत्साहन भरे शब्दों के लिए धन्यवाद महोदय। अंत में हमें माननीय केंद्रीय मत्स्य पालन, पशुपालन, डेयरी एवं पंचायती राज मंत्री श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी को उपस्थिति को संबोधित करने के लिए आमंत्रित करते हुए अत्यंत गर्व का आभास हो रहा है।
माननीय राज्य मंत्री प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह बघेल जी, माननीय राज्य मंत्री जॉर्ज कुरियन साहब, जिनको अभी जाना था चेन्नई चले गए, अंडमान निकोबार के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर माननीय एडमिरल जोशी साहब, मत्स्य पालन फिशरी के सेक्रेटरी श्री अभिलक्ष लेखी साहब, अंडमान निकोबार के चीफ सेक्रेटरी डीजीपी, आईसीआर के जेना साहब, एनएफटीबी के एग्जीक्यूटिव अफसर बेहरा साहब, मत्स्य फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट की ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी नीतू जी, और यहाँ भारत सरकार एवं राज्य सरकार के अन्य सभी अधिकारीगण, पदाधिकारीगण और इस इन्वेस्टर मीट में आए हुए सभी इन्वेस्टर साथी, सबसे पहले तो हम इस मीट के आयोजन के लिए और त्वरित आयोजन के लिए एडमिरल जोशी साहब को धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं कि आए और दिल्ली में आके इन्होंने हमसे कहा कि जितना जल्दी हो सके इसको करिए, और हमने कहा नवंबर में ही हम इस मीट को करेंगे। तो हम उनको धन्यवाद देते हैं, हमको इंस्पायर करने के लिए उन्होंने इंस्पायर किया और हम सब लोग यहाँ, क्योंकि हम जब से हमने इस विभाग की जिम्मेवारी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मुझको सौंपी, उसके बाद से पहले दिन से रिव्यू मीटिंग से हम आश्चर्यचकित थे जान के कि हाँ हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब भी हैं, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी, हम पहले दिन से आश्चर्यचकित थे कि अंडमान निकोबार में फिशिंग नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि यहां का पानी इतना साफ है और जहां पानी इतना साफ होगा वहां की फिश की क्वालिटी भी सबसे बेहतर होगी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद यहां फिशिंग नहीं हो पा रहा। तो पहले दिन से हमने विभाग के अधिकारियों को कहा कि अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में फिशिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने के लिए जो भी करना है उस दिशा में आप लोग विचार करिए, सोचिए। और उसके बाद नीति आयोग की बैठक में मुख्य सचिव और हम लोग एक ही साथ टेबल पे भोजन कर रहे थे, तो इनसे चर्चा हुई और हमने कहा कि हम इसमें इंटरेस्टेड हैं कि अंडमान निकोबार में फिशिंग को बढ़ावा देने के लिए और यहाँ के फिशिंग को एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट के साथ जुड़ने के लिए हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं, इस दिशा में हम लोग कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं। देखिए, फिशरी जो सेक्टर है वो सनराइज सेक्टर माना जाता है और पूरे कृषि के क्षेत्र में जो अन्य सभी हैं उनका सनराइज सेक्टर फिशिंग को माना जाता है। अब फिशरी सेक्टर जो है वो कई तरह के लाभ हमको देते हैं, फूड सिक्योरिटी का भी लाभ हमको मिलता है, हमको लाइवलीहुड प्रदान करता है, आजीविका प्रदान करता है, और जो राष्ट्र के विकास में जो योगदान हो सकता है फिशिंग सेक्टर आज उसमें भी योगदान करता है। आज हमारा डिपार्टमेंट 60,000 फिशिंग सेक्टर से लगभग सालाना हम 60,000 करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। तो ये हम राष्ट्र के विकास में भी हम योगदान देते हैं और उसमें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। अब अगर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत, विकसित भारत की कल्पना की है, तो उस कल्पना को साकार करने की दिशा में हम सबों को पहल करना होगा। और इसलिए आप सभी जो फिशिंग सेक्टर के साथ जुड़े हैं, इन एक्सपोर्टर्स हैं, जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, जो आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, इसलिए आप सबों को यहां हमने आमंत्रित किया है और बड़ी संख्या में लगभग 40-45 इन्वेस्टर्स आज इस मीट में शामिल हैं। हम उनको विशेष तौर पर बधाई देते हैं और धन्यवाद देते हैं कि आपने रुचि दिखाई और आप इस सेक्टर में काम करना चाहिए। देखिए, अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह के बारे में बघेल साहब बता रहे थे, उसका जो कंपैरिजन वो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर से श्रीनगर से कर रहे थे, लेकिन जो अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह का जो प्राकृतिक सुंदरता है और उसके साथ साथ जो समुद्री रेखा में लगभग 1900 किलोमीटर के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह समुद्री रेखा के साथ। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र है जहां हम इसको कर सकते हैं। मैक्सिमम जो एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन का मैक्सिमम हिस्सेदारी अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में आता है। तो इसलिए हम आज आप सबों को आमंत्रित किए हैं और यहां पर अपार संभावना है। आपने देखा भी प्रेजेंटेशन में भी, लगभग 1 लाख टन ट्यूना अपनी मौत समुद्र में मर जाते हैं। अब अगर उस 1 लाख टन का अगर हम फिशिंग करके और उसको दुनिया के बाजारों में पहुंचाएं, तो आप समझ लीजिए कि अर्थव्यवस्था कहां हमारी जाएगी। सालाना हम 1 लाख टन का सिर्फ अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह से हम एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। आज यहां फिशिंग के बारे में आपने वह भी देखा कि लगभग 49,000-50,000 टन हम कर रहे हैं। 1,48,000 टन के बजाय हम आज मात्र 49,000 टन का फिशिंग कर रहे हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब यहां पोटेंशियल बहुत है और यहां की पोटेंशियलिटी का लाभ अगर आप इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, आप इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, फिशिंग करते हैं, उसको एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं। एलजी साहब ने बताया कि सारे दफ्तर अब यहां किसी को चेन्नई और कलकत्ता और किसी दूसरे शहर में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपको अगर एक्सपोर्ट करना है तो सारी सुविधा यही आपको उपलब्ध है और यहां से आप फिशिंग करिए और फिशिंग करके उसको एक्सपोर्ट करने का काम कीजिए। अंडमान निकोबार में अगर आप सब इन्वेस्टर्स एक बार मन का बना ले और ठान ले कि हमको अंडमान निकोबार में फिशिंग सेक्टर में इन्वेस्ट करना है, तो अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह आने वाले समय में फिशिंग सेक्टर का एक बहुत बड़ा हब बन सकता है। यह हब बन सकता है और उस दिशा में आप सबों को आगे आना चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई योजनाएं चलाई फिशिंग सेक्टर में। ब्लू रिवॉल्यूशन, प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना, उसके बाद जो प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा सह कृषि सहयोग, ये कई योजनाएं चलाई। उसका परिणाम आज देखने को मिल रहा है कि हम आज दुनिया में सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट फूड प्रोड्यूसर कंट्री है। पूरे दुनिया में हम सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट, लेकिन हम उतना हम एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। और यहां जो अंडमान निकोबार में तो कई जगह पर जो डीप सी में फिश लैंडिंग सेंटर्स ऑलरेडी बने हुए हैं। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का एक इनिशियल जो चीज है वो आज तैयार है यहां, और आवश्यकता सिर्फ इस बात की है कि हम लोग मन बना लें और मन बना के ठान लें। हमने तो बहुत मन बना लिया है और हम बहुत दृढ़ता के साथ हमने मन बनाया हुआ। हम इसको तो करके ही छोड़ेंगे और हम जिसके पीछे लग जाते हैं उसको हम पूरा करके छोड़ते हैं। ये मेरे स्वभाव का अंग है। आपका सबसे बड़ा सुविधा है, आपके बगल में साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के कंट्रीज हैं, इंडोनेशिया है, मलेशिया है। चेन्नई से और कलकत्ता से तो लंबा समय लग सकता है जाने में, यहां से तो 150-200 किलोमीटर पर आप एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। और जब सारा एक्सपोर्ट का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यहां उपलब्ध है तो जरूरत तो है सिर्फ आपको इन्वेस्ट करने का। तो जैसे हमने मन बनाया है वैसे आप लोग भी मन बना लीजिए और मन बना के एक बार ठान लीजिए कि कुछ करना है। क्योंकि एक्सपोर्ट होगा, अगर एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा तो इस देश के विकास में योगदान होगा एक्सपोर्ट होने से, जो फॉरेन करेंसी आएगा। लेकिन उसका लाभ तो अल्टीमेटली जो इन्वेस्टर्स होंगे उनको मिलेगा। तो आप इन्वेस्ट करिए और इन्वेस्ट करके, और फिशिंग सेक्टर है एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जिसमें आप अगर कुछ लगाइएगा तो वो घुमा के 4 साल के बाद वो जीरो पर पहुंच जाता है। आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट वसूल हो जाएगा और उसके बाद पूरा खाली सिर्फ आमदनी ही आमदनी है, तो उसका लाभ उठाइए। और खास करके यहां तो टूना का फिशिंग का बहुत स्कोप है, और आप सबको मालूम है कि टूना का डिमांड, और बघेल साहब तो मछली नहीं खाते हैं, लेकिन अब मछली नहीं खाते हुए भी वो कई तरह का बात अपना सुना है, लेकिन जो फिश खाते हैं उनको मालूम है कि टूना चाहे टिंड बंद डब्बा बंद टूना हो या फ्रेश टूना हो, पूरे ग्लोबल मार्केट में उसका इतना डिमांड है, इतना डिमांड है, और सबसे कॉस्टलीस्ट फिश टूना माना जाता है ग्लोबल मार्केट। तो अगर कॉस्टलीस्ट फिश है तो आप यहां फिशिंग करिएगा, उसको एक्सपोर्ट करिएगा, और एक्सपोर्ट करने से जो आपकी आमदनी होगी, वह आमदनी देश के विकास में तो जरूर योगदान करेगा, लेकिन वो आपके आर्थिक उन्नति में आपका भी योगदान करेगा, आपको भी योगदान करेगा। अब आज आपको मालूम है कि टूना का पूरे ग्लोबल मार्केट में लगभग $43 बिलियन, 43 बिलियन US डॉलर मार्केट टूना का है पूरे दुनिया में आज चालान। तो आप समझिए कि कितना बड़ा मार्केट है ये। तो उस मार्केट का उपयोग करिए। और अंडमान निकोबार का तो टूना जो है वो जिस दिन बाजार में भेजिएगा आप ग्लोबल मार्केट में, उस दिन आप देखिए क्या मांग बढ़ता है। आप पूरा नहीं कर पाइएगा, इतना मांग वहां से होगा। अब अभी चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब मेरे साथ आ रहे थे, उन्होंने हमको बताया वो गए थे थाईलैंड, और थाईलैंड गए थे उन्होंने एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए एक्सपोर्ट को, और वहां थाईलैंड वालों ने कहा कि वो तो ठीक है, लेकिन आपका अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में टूना फिशिंग का हमको परमिशन दे दीजिए। अब आप समझिए कि थाईलैंड जो है अंडमान निकोबार में फिशिंग करने की अनुमति मांग रहा है, और हम यहां कुछ कर नहीं पा रहे। अगर हम यहां कुछ करें तो बहुत, तो इसलिए आपसे आग्रह है आज यहां हम बुलाए। हम सेकंड हाफ में भी बैठेंगे, हम सेकंड हाफ में भी बैठेंगे, आपकी भी बात सुनेंगे, और आपकी जो समस्याएं हैं उसको भी हम सुनेंगे। जब तक हम आपकी समस्याएं नहीं जानेंगे तब तक हम उसके निदान की दिशा में कार्रवाई नहीं कर सकते हैं। व्यावहारिक बात वो है। तो हमको किसी ने बताया कि हमारी ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी नीतू जी ने पूछा है कि सेकंड हाफ में मंत्री जी रहेंगे कि नहीं। हमको मंत्री जी इसी काम के लिए आ ही रहे हैं, तो सेकंड हाफ में नहीं कह रहेंगे। अगर इन्वेस्टर्स की बात नहीं सुनेंगे तो वो जिनको इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है, तो हम भाषण दे के आए और भाषण दे के चले गए, और उनकी बात जो व्यावहारिक कठिनाई है उसको अगर हम नहीं जानेंगे तो हम कैसे, उसका क्या मतलब है। तो इसलिए हम सेकंड हाफ में भी बैठेंगे, हम आपकी भी बात सुनेंगे, लेकिन हम आपसे सिर्फ इतना ही आग्रह करते हैं, हम आपसे सिर्फ इतना ही आग्रह करते हैं कि अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में आप चाहे देश में कहीं से भी आए हो, अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह का प्रशासन और एलजी साहब आपको यहां इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए हर तरह का सहयोग करने के लिए तैयार है। जो भी आपको सहयोग की आवश्यकता होगी, अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह का प्रशासन आपको सहयोग प्रदान करेगा। लेकिन आपको यहां फिशिंग का, उसके प्रोसेसिंग का, उसके वैल्यू एडिशन का, क्योंकि जब तक आप वैल्यू एडिशन नहीं करेंगे, आप उसको बेटर टूना एक ऐसा फिश है जिसका अगर बेटर प्रोसेसिंग नहीं हो तो उसका कोई कीमत नहीं रह जाता है। तो ऐसा वेसल्स आपको बनाना पड़ेगा कि आप समुद्र में टूना फिशिंग कर रहे हैं और उसका प्रोसेसिंग उसी वेसल्स में उसकी प्रोसेसिंग करें। तो ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ये आपको डेवलप करना पड़ेगा, आपको मन बनाना पड़ेगा। तो वेसल्स, कई वेसल्स हैं जो आज वेसल्स हमारे देश में भी बनते हैं, क्या नीतू जी? देश में बन रहे हैं वेसल्स, तो ऐसे वेसल्स को यहां लगाना पड़ेगा और वेसल्स को लगा के और यहां ग्राउंड लेवल पर आपको छोटे फिश प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स लगाने पड़ेंगे। इसके अलावा सेक्रेटरी साहब ने बताया आपको कि आप समुद्र में केज कल्चर है, बायोफ्लैक है, इनलैंड वाटर का फिशिंग का भी स्कोप है यहाँ। तो इन सारे क्षेत्रों को जरा घूमिए और जो अंडमान निकोबार के जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उनकी तो बात अलग है, वो तो अवगत हैं, लेकिन जो बाहर से इन्वेस्टर्स आए हैं उनसे हमारा आग्रह होगा कि जरा आइए यहाँ घूमिए और घूम के पूरा मार्केट को एसेस करिए, पूरा ग्राउंड रियलिटी को एसेस करिए और फिर इन्वेस्टमेंट का प्लान बनाइए और इन्वेस्टमेंट की योजना बनाइए। उसमें केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार से जो भी आपको सहायता और मदद की आवश्यकता होगी, हम सब लोग आपको मदद करने के लिए आए हैं। अब एमपीडा है, ईआईसी के हैं, ये सब ऑफिसेज यहां खुल गए हैं, तो इसलिए एक्सपोर्ट परमिशन के लिए आपको कहीं नहीं घूमना है। तो इसी को ध्यान में रख के आज ये इन्वेस्टर्स मीट का आयोजन किया गया। आप सभी लोग आए, पुनः आप सबों का स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं और अंत में एक ही आग्रह करते हैं कि सिर्फ अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह में इन्वेस्टर्स मीट में अब अपनी भागीदारी मत सुनिश्चित करिए, वास्तव में अंडमान निकोबार द्वीप समूह को आप फिशिंग हब बनाने की दिशा में कार्रवाई करिए और उसमें योगदान करिए। यही आग्रह और हम आपसे विनती करते हुए अपनी बात समाप्त करते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपके संबोधन और बहुमूल्य विचारों को साझा करने के लिए आपका ढेरों धन्यवाद मंत्री महोदय। And now to formally conclude our inaugural session, I invite Srimati Neetu Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of those who worked really hard to make this program a great success. First, I would like to thank Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Ministry of Panchayat Raj for his visionary initiative in organizing this investor meet. Sir, you are the force behind this event, so thanks a lot. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable MOS Professor S.P. Singh Baghel and Honorable MOS Mr. Kurian for providing their valuable insights and guidance for development of export-oriented fisheries and aquaculture industries in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I thank to Honorable LG, Andaman and Nicobar Administration for his comprehensive overview of possible investors' opportunities to fisheries and agriculture sector in Andaman and Nicobar. So, we are fully motivated to work together towards a more sustainable and prosperous future for Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I am honored to express my sincere appreciation to Dr. Abhilaksh Likhe, Secretary Fisheries, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, for his invaluable guidance, motivation and consistent support in organizing this pivotal event. My heartfelt thanks to Chief Secretary of the Andaman and Nicobar Administration for hosting this important event. And sir, you have taken continuous monitoring through VC and you have helped us in from like A to Z to make this program a success. I also thank Honorable DGP and PCC for gracing this occasion. A big thank you to all the investors who have come from the various part of country and Andaman and Nicobar Islands for showing immense interest and enthusiasm in not only coming over here, but also bringing very concrete projects for the development of aquaculture and fishery sector in Andaman and Nicobar. I also thank to Secretary Fisheries, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food and Processing Industries, DDG Dr. K. Janaji, CNFDB Dr. Behra ji, Director BOBP, Director MPEDA, directors and representatives of various institutions like CMFRI, CSMCRI, NIOT, FSI, representatives of line ministries like Ministry of Earth Science, NABARD, EIC, and Ministry of Shipping. And last but not the least, I am incredibly grateful for the time and effort invested by all the investors, industry associations like Invest India, FICCI, CI, SEI by joining here today. Your presence at this crucial investors meet is a testament to your belief in our region's potential. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
थैंक यू मैम। मैं अब मुख्य सचिव अंडमान निकोबार प्रशासन श्री केशव चंद्र जी से आग्रह करती हूं कि हमारे गणमान्य अतिथियों को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। माननीय केंद्रीय मत्स्य पालन, पशुपालन, डेयरी एवं पंचायती राज मंत्री श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट की जाएगी। मत्स्य पालन, पशुपालन और डेयरी राज्य मंत्री प्रोफेसर SP सिंह बघेल जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट की जाएगी। सचिव मत्स्य पालन भारत सरकार डॉक्टर अभिलाष लिखी जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट की जाएगी।
Thank you for accepting it, sir. And now we invite all dignitaries and participants for a group photograph to capture the spirit of today's gathering. Please. इस सेशन के बाद लंच ब्रेक होगा और हम 2:30 को इन्वेस्टर्स मीट के लिए यहाँ पर फिर से शामिल होंगे। Investors are requested to be located towards the right side of the lunch area. The business to business meeting and business meeting with our clients will be in this phase of India.
Hello. 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 Good afternoon to all of you, all investors who are roaming around this side. It's time for your interaction. We are immediately starting the technical session. So there is interaction technical session. So be ready for your interaction. Kindly speak. We are asking all of you so that we are able to address the most. Sir is here. Good afternoon, everyone. As we commence the afternoon lab of the sessions, I'm pleased to welcome you to the interactive session with the industry. We request you to share your investment plans and any issues and area of support required in this event. I request now Next Industries to please commence their presentation. Mets Industries. We'll move now to Medla.
prepared to take whatever fish you can supply, but you please tell us how are you going to bring the fish in. So, Rana, to be very brief, the everybody mentioned the distance to mainland India. So that is 80 rupees per kilo minimum. When that 80 rupees comes to the fisherman, then the scenario will change. Now, next slide, please. The resources here are untouched. Our minister has said that the fish line of old age, it is true, but we have to get into sustainable fisheries. Next slide, please. You see, one example that I'd like to give is of the lobsters. Most of the lobsters harvested here are speared, but we have to start using the cage method by which we will be able to do sustainable fisheries. Next, please. The same thing applies for groupers and snappers and the perched fishes which were mentioned by everybody. Next, please. Now, if the resources are untapped and the Southeast Asian countries are in such proximity, then what are the bottlenecks due to which huge natural resources is not becoming the generator of foreign exchange for the country and development of the fisheries sector? Next, please. At this juncture, what does the fishing industry need in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands? The fishing industry needs, next please, the government needs to focus on the following. Please. Creating world-class infrastructure which will assist in smooth operation of the fishing activity. Examples are clean and hygienic landing centers, facilities for providing sufficient water, facilities for electricity, facilities for a slipway. This kind of a minimum infrastructure for us to keep the fishing. I will give you a simple example. I'm sure nobody out of the elite in this room knows. A Formula 1 racing car, in how many seconds do they change 4 tires? Google it. 1.8 seconds. 1.8 seconds a turnaround of Formula 1 car. My fishing boat is only useful to me if it is fishing. If I bring it and there are no facilities for all this stuff, my boat stands on shore. Now it needs to be clean and hygienic. None of the buyers are going to buy your stuff if the place is not clean and hygienic. The government has to focus on creating infrastructure which is going to be useful to the industry. Next, please. Rationalization and simplification of the rules. Very simple. We have people from EIC here. I have been interacting with them for the last 2 years. MPDA and EIE, the question was asked, why export is not taking place? MPDA and EIA MPDA wants the plan approved. For the plan, the land has to be commercial. That is not getting done. We applied for NOC, it was rejected. So these things at an official administrative level, if they are looked at, we will be able to we are ready to, we have buyers ready in Thailand when we went there. Everything is ready, everything is in place, but we are not able to get our act together here because of certain rules and regulations. They must be, I have an example. I was talking to the fisheries people yesterday also. The identity card has to be renewed every year. My father changes or my mother changes. My date of birth remains the same. Why don't you issue a biometric identity card valid for the next 10 years? Imagine the amount of work it reduces. So the rules, and I was telling our director of fisheries, till 1998 it was illegal to fish in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, because it was the 1938 rules which said no Indian can fish in the Andaman and Nicobar Island water. Then Mr. Hemchandar was the Secretary Fisheries. The rules were made in 98. Rationalize them, reduce them, make everything online, and bring them to a point where the fishermen can concentrate on fishing. Now we also have to get into sustainable fisheries, which is going to create a nice mark for us. I'll conclude by just giving you an example. Australia has sustainable fisheries stamp. They harvest lobsters, cage method. They do not catch lobsters which are below 300 grams. They do not catch females with eggs with them. And they get a 25% higher price in Japan. Why we can't do that? Why the Andamans cannot have the sustainable things stamp?
I think that's about the time I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to Mets Industries. We request everyone to please keep the presentations brief to not more than 2 to 4 minutes. Thank you.
Sir. Sure, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'm here to present METS Seafood Holding and discuss the significant opportunities and challenges facing in deep sea tuna fishing industry in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, now officially designated by the Ministry of Fisheries as the Tuna Cluster of India. I'd like to introduce METS Seafood Holding to you. METS Seafood Holding was established back in 2020 with a mission to elevate the tuna fishing in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, contributing to India's long-term goals for sustainable fishing. Our fleet includes 2 state-of-art deep-sea longliner vessels, METS 1 and METS 2. METS 1 is a 56 meters deep-sea tuna longliner vessel acquired from South Korea back in 2020, and METS 2, a 49 meters deep-sea longliner vessel acquired from Singapore in 2020. Both these vessels are uniquely equipped to process sashimi-grade tuna on board, a capability that sets them apart as the first and only vessels in India with facilities to handle and store fish to sashimi-grade standards at sea. With advanced longline fishing gear and onboard processing plants, we freeze and store our catch at -60 degrees to ensure premium export quality from these islands. Each vessel has a fish hold capacity of 300 tons, allowing the substantial sashimi-grade export volumes from these islands. METS 1 and 2 are fully operational, Indian-owned and staffed entirely by Indian crew members, showcasing India's readiness to pioneer in deep-sea tuna fishing. It is not working. It's hung, yeah, it's hung. Yeah, sure, ma'am. I'll just come to the point now. The essential licensing amendments for tuna cluster vision. This is what basically our issue is. At this point, I would like to kindly draw everyone's attention to one of the most crucial aspects of this presentation that we are discussing now, the only thing that we are discussing in this presentation currently, particularly on our esteemed delegates. Before addressing the current license, okay, let's come to now regarding the licensing. The original MFR Act, Marine Fisheries Regulation Act 2004, allowed the licensing fees for vessels over 15 meters of length. Any length above 15 meters was allowed, sir. However, there was an amendment in 2019. Licensing was restricted only up to 20 meters of overall length. मतलब पहले 15 मीटर के ऊपर कुछ भी होगा उसका लाइसेंस फीस 1000 रुपए था सर, और आज ऐसा हो गया कि 2019 के अमेंडमेंट के बाद उसको रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर दिया गया है 1000 रुपए, बट ओनली अप टू अ लेंथ ऑफ 20 मीटर्स. ऐसे में सर हमारे जो जहाज हैं जिनका लेंथ 49 मीटर्स और 56 मीटर्स है, और ये वही जहाज हैं जिनका जिक्र चीफ सेक्रेटरी सर ने किया था कि थाईलैंड के ऐसे जहाज इंडिया में आकर इंडियन वाटर्स में फिशिंग करना चाहते हैं. हमारे पास ये जहाज 2020 से यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं सर. फोटोग्राफ्स आपने अभी जिसके देखे थे सर, METS 1 और 2, बट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस लाइसेंसिंग इशू अभी तक हमारे वेसल्स ऑपरेट नहीं कर रहे हैं सर. तो हमारा यही आपसे हमारी दरख्वास्त है सर कि इस इशू को सॉर्ट आउट किया जाए सर, ताकि हम इन वेसल्स को ऑपरेट कर सकें और इंडिया से और अंडमान निकोबार का जो टूना क्लस्टर का सपना है उसको पूरा कर सकें सर.
Our next presentation is from Anemco Private Limited. Requesting everyone to please keep it brief to 2 to 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Minister Sir and all the dignitaries who are present here. सबसे पहले तो मैं हमारे मतलब आइलैंड्स में शुक्रगुजार हूँ एडमिरल DK जोशी साहब का और चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब का जिनके वजह से फिशरीज सेक्टर में पिछले 2 साल में बहुत ग्रोथ आया हुआ है यहाँ पे. तो फर्स्ट थैंक यू सो मच सर. मैं बस ब्रीफली कहना चाहूँगा, मैं स्लाइड्स पे नहीं जाऊँगा. बेसिकली आई जस्ट कीप इट वेरी ब्रीफ. अंडमान निकोबार में इफ वी टॉक अबाउट लॉन्ग टर्म growth, let's say if we have declared, आज टूना क्लस्टर डिक्लेयर हुआ है, for that we'll need a proper certification or standardization in according to the European and American standards. For example, अभी यूरोपियन यूनियन अगर है, उनके हिसाब से उनको कैसे टाइप की ग्रेडिंग चाहिए, उनको कैसे टाइप की मछलियाँ चाहिए. दिस आई एम टॉकिंग कि आज से 5 साल या 10 साल के बाद, मतलब जो अगर हम एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे, so we should have at least those kind of standardization. Other thing is कि अभी ऐसा हो रहा है कि because Andaman Nicobar is very far from mainland India, most of the items go from here to Chennai and Calcutta, and वहाँ से then it goes to mainland, I mean foreign countries. But as 16 तारीख से अगर एयर एशिया जो खुल रहा है, that is definitely a good turning point for us. But apart from that also sir, we need some subsidy in terms of in transportation में अगर कुछ subsidy मिले, या तो जो मछुआरे भाई यहाँ बैठे हैं, जैसे हेमराजू जी है, महेश जी है, मज्जू जी है, इनको भी पता होगा, there's a lot of the operating cost is very high, so at least some subsidy in diesel or some subsidy in fishing equipments, that will be great sir. Apart from that, we have industrial estates in Andaman. Similarly, अगर एक fisheries estate अगर बनाया जाए, जहाँ पे maximum like land allotment हो to all the processors who want to set up a unit over here, that will be really helpful. Yes sir. And then apart from this, as we said, high operating cost है, subsidies तो definitely we need. And then बहुत सारे time ऐसा होता है sir, there's a lot of schemes, government schemes होता है जिसमें when we apply, they ask for commercial of land. तो अंडमान्स में क्या है कि अभी कमर्शियल नहीं हो रहा है, बट फिशरीज कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए एनओसी मिले हैं फिशरीज डिपार्टमेंट से, आई मीन डीसी ऑफिस से, बट वो भी प्रोसेस कभी कभी बहुत डिले हो जाता है सर, लाइक ऑलमोस्ट 1 साल लगता है. सो इफ दैट अगर वो थोड़ा फास्ट हो, डेफिनेटली इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी बढ़ेगा, एंड वील हैव लाइक मोर पीपल ओपनिंग अप कोल्ड स्टोरेज, मोर पीपल ओपनिंग अप प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट, आइस प्लांट्स, आइस की भी बहुत कमी यहाँ पे है, तो वो सारे चीज वी कैन टैकल इट. सो बेसिकली विल हैव टू फोकस ऑन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, we'll have to focus on standardization of our products, and then definitely we'll have to focus on some subsidies so that we local entrepreneurs should at least be benefited out of it. Thank you so much sir.
Now you can speak from where you're seated. We already have hand mics. Our next company is Merchant Ventures Private Limited. Request you to stand up please. Merchant Ventures, you can come onto the stage itself. Yeah.
Should. Yeah. Okay. So we are an entrepreneurial husband and wife team from Mumbai with business in USA and other parts of the world. Oh, sorry. We are a husband and a wife entrepreneurial team based in Mumbai with operations in the US also. And today there was a lot of discussion about tuna, but I want to bring to your attention another miracle fish that exists in the waters of Andaman that's called anchovy. Anchovy is the only fish that has a humongous source of omega-3, and our companies in the US and Mumbai makes the API omega-3 fish oil. That technology, we have patents on them that will then use as in pharmaceutical industry as well as in tablets, health tablets. So our proposal here is to start exploiting the waters of Andaman for anchovies, and we want to start with a small pilot study. But because we are new to the island, we have mentioned to the officers here we need help, and the specific help we need is in identifying the proper land and getting us all the permits in place as quickly as you can. If they can get it done within 3 to 6 months, we will set up a plant for 5 tons of anchovies a day, and we'll start exporting the powder to the US, where we will eventually extract the fish oil. But eventually our long-term plan is to make fish oil here and gain a lot of status for Andaman, because all of our facilities in the US are certified by GOED. That's the world accreditation standard, that once you get the GOED certification, your value of anchovy will go 10 times. Until then, you will be serving the smaller market, but until that happens, you allow us to come in, get the standards, build the practices, the sustainable practices, get it to the world standards, and then we can make miracles out of this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's the seaweed extraction as well. The pharma industry is also moving to sustainable practices in the extractions of APIs from seaweed is also a huge opportunity. So whether it's the anchovies or the seaweed culture that you're doing, both are something that we already have technologies in, and the company is already working in Peru, and as we all know, Peru has a downfall. So there's an absolute ready market with a huge lacuna which India can actually be a part of. And we have the technology, and we are kind of ready once the pilot is successful and we get the accreditations, and we help the administration to be able to get the accreditations for the GOED. So we have the know-how, we can assist the administration, and then eventually take this forward. Thank you.
Uday Aqua Connects Private Limited.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. मेरा नाम उदय किशन चिरकुनीडी सर. I am from Hyderabad, तेलंगाना से आया हूँ. I am the first generation entrepreneur and I am from IIM Kolkata, sir. So I just want to brief just 4 points, sir. So पहला जो है हमारा जो investment है, हम लोग तो $5 million का इन्वेस्टमेंट अप्रूवल हो चुका सर ऑलरेडी. सो स्पेशली फॉर मेरीन प्रोडक्ट्स का डेवलपमेंट के लिए वो ऑपरेशनल एंड प्रोसेसिंग में यूज़ करने के लिए वो अप्रूव हो गया, एंड हम लोग तो अंडमान में कर रहे. सो मेरा मेन रिक्वेस्ट सर, सो पॉलिसी ऑन एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ मेरीन प्रोडक्ट्स टू इंडियन स्टेट्स विथ लॉजिस्टिकल रिबेट. थोड़ा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में हमको थोड़ा रिबेट चाहिए सर, क्योंकि इंडियन स्टेट्स में पहले हमारा जो मार्केट है, डोमेस्टिक मार्केट बढ़ाने के लिए मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. एंड मेरा जो मेन प्रोजेक्ट है, आई एम क्रिएटिंग फ्रेश वाटर एक्वा कॉरिडोर ऑन नेशनल हाईवे 44 वेयर इट इज़ कवरिंग 10 स्टेट्स ऑफ इंडिया. एंड मेरा दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट है नेशनल हाईवे 16 कोस्टल एक्वा कॉरिडोर बना रहा हूँ सर, वो 4 स्टेट्स मिलके, वो मेरा IIM प्रोजेक्ट है, तो इसी में मैं काम कर रहा हूँ सर. थर्ड मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है सर, ब्रूड स्टॉक एंड हैचरी डेवलपमेंट ऑफ मेरीन स्पीसीज. सो स्पेशली सर हमको PPP मॉडल में चाहिए सर. सो मेन रिक्वेस्ट क्या है ना, दूसरा इंजीनियरिंग और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिपार्टमेंट्स फैसिलिटीज़ जैसे हमको सिर्फ लैंड एक्वायर करना है, और उधर का जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, पोल्यूशन, जो भी डिपार्टमेंट्स का अप्रूवल्स मिलना जाए, तो अगर वो लेके हमको दे दिया तो हम ही इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, हम ही उसको डेवलप करेंगे. एंड आई एम ऑल्सो एक्सपीरियंस्ड इन डेवलपिंग क्लस्टर्स सर, वेयर आई एम क्रिएटिंग फर्स्ट ऑफ सेकंड क्लस्टर इन तेलंगाना. सो वो एक रिक्वेस्ट है सर. एंड फाइनल सर, वी वांट सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम फॉर ऑपरेशनल यूनिट्स, टेक्नोलॉजिकल ऑपरेशनल यूनिट्स. प्रोफेसर साहब ने जो बोला है, रैस, बायोफ्लॉक जो भी है, दे आर ऑल हाईली एडवांस्ड इन अदर कंट्रीज, स्पेशली विद इंडियन साइंटिस्ट सर. सो वो हम लोग बहुत बढ़ाने के लिए कोशिश करें. द सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम इज़ फॉर ऑपरेशनल यूनिट्स, एंड एक्सपोर्ट प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स के लिए सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम चाहिए सर. थैंक यू सो मच.
नीला मरीन एक्सपोर्ट. We move on to Continental Marines.
Very good afternoon to everyone, sir. My name is Madhu Verma from Continental Marines. We are into chilled tuna seafood exports since 2007. I come here all the way from Visakhapatnam to see and explore the tuna opportunities in Andaman. I am very happy to see the developments which have recently come up of direct shipments and other things. But I would like to elaborate, sir, this tuna, if you look at the long-term exports, the sustainable catch is one prior thing which has to be looked into, and quality and traceability, sir. In the catching area, we find it very difficult. You don't have any professional crew who can handle tuna and bring it in a proper way for the moment to be export fit. So in this regard, we request at least some support from the ministry to allow us to use some percentage of foreign crew in our vessels for certain period of time, so that we can get an opportunity to train our indigenous local fishermen to accountise for handling and processing tuna on board. Because for the moment there is a SIFNET institution which has been training, but none of the, not even a single person from SIFNET is coming and working in the fishing industry for the moment. Most of them, they try to find the jobs abroad, and they are just flying out. And we really run short of professional crew at the moment, sir. None of the institutions are training fishermen particularly for tuna at the moment. And coming to the traceability, we find it difficult when we export. Traceability is becoming the biggest issue. Most of our fishing licenses, they are not having a proper discrimination of waters, proper discrimination of fishing airs, proper discrimination of the area which they are operating. And when we export the product, and we find because most of the tuna products, the prime markets are only Japan, EU and USA, and every of all the three destinations, they look for the traceability, and they believe that traceability is the only way that this kind of fishing is sustainable. So traceability, if it is not streamlined, it is there, everything is there in our country, but it is like scattered. The licenses are there. Some licenses are issued by State Department, and some are issued by central department, central government, but it has to be in a single line, sir. Otherwise, we find it very difficult. We are not able to match the certificates. Sometimes my fish is going out, and coming to the traceability, the fish catch, it has been declared and certified from a trawl boat, and the customer in Europe, he asks for, like, how can a trawl boat can harvest a tuna, because it is not registered. The license shows, though he is doing a tuna fishing, the license shows it is a trawl boat. So in that case, he is not able to buy my product. So because there is no clear licensing happening in the country, sir. So again, coming to the sustainability also, even the quality is high. I am not able to sell because my product is not certified. Sustainable certification is not available there is a system called Marine Stewardship Council, and this system is like a uniform certification where all the foreign buyers look that MSC is the baseline. Like once the vessel's fishing fleet, which is registered under MSC, they consider it as a most sustainable way of tuna fishing. So if not even a single vessel in India today is registered for MSC, and this MSC certification, individual fisherman or individual vessel operator cannot do it. So it has to be a consolidated effort, so that this system of certification is started immediately and done. Otherwise, even if you get the quality product, there is no market for Indian tuna to be sold for the moment. So these things are organized. We are ready, sir. We can come here. We can set up, because we have a vast experience of because we operated tuna longliners from 2007. So yeah. No, for the moment, just for a time being, sir, like until we train some our local fishermen, if you give us a short time, like at least a 2 years or 3 year time, where it is not the foreign vessel coming to India, it is the foreign crew coming to India working for us. And for the moment, the difficulty is that Ministry of Home Affairs, they put a restriction to bring these people, because they are the fisherman level. Only the professional, high professional, educated people can be employed into India, but not the fishermen. But it is not the matter of employment, but it is a kind of training what we are trying to make during this. Yeah. $25,000, and on top of it there is a tedious part, sir, which is very huge, and it is practically not possible. And also, sir, I am happy that you are opening up for this island for fishing. I wanted to put a very key point, sir. See, tuna is like tuna species, entire tuna species. It falls under a scombroid species. Scombrotoxins are present in this tuna. Unless this tuna is handled in a proper way, and the toxin level, there is a certain toxin level which is accepted by the world, not for the foreign countries, even Indians, if they consume it on the higher toxin side, they will get affected. So unless the toxins are in the limit only, we are able to export. So when you opening up, see, because most of you doesn't know, you are just letting these gill nets for fishing. So gill net is a big problem for tuna. What is happening is we are not able to find a quality tuna in gill net. When that is been harvested, we can buy only for 40 rupees. Whereas if it is properly harvested, the same tuna, we can buy around 300 rupees a kilo, such a massive difference. So it's just a matter of handling and preserving it. So this is what making, so if you just harvest the resource, our resource is getting wasted. Tapping the resource in a right way is a very key issue, sir. So when you are opening this island, you just start from the right direction, and everything will fall in order, sir. That is only the side. Thank you.
Motherhood Foods. Post that we have Sam's discuss, so you can be ready to. Requesting again to please limit your presentations to 2 to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to all. Sir, I've come here to express my how to start the export-oriented to the domestic, from the domestic fishermen to the market. So I wanted to establish a dedicated marketing office and a warehouse, a cold storage warehouse in Europe, sir, in Europe and all over the world, called Matsya Indo-European Corporation, sir. Whereas we will do marketing from that office itself to the local European market and any other part of the country, and take the orders and place it to the platform which we have created to the Indian fishermen and fish farmers, sir. So this is the whole idea, and then I wanted to scale it up to all over the world. Here I wanted the support from EMPEDA or EIC or from the government of India for getting collaborated with us and to establish ourselves with all other part of the world where the boards are there, like Kotra, Jetra, and that way, sir. That is the one project what we have proposed, and I'm going to start within 2 months or 3 months, sir. We are already in the process for that. And second thing is about the seaplane, sir. So I wanted to start a seaplane operations in Andaman to transport the fish directly from the ocean or directly from the vessel to cater to the international market nearby to the Malaysia or Maldives or Mauritius, and to the domestic market also, to Chennai, to Kolkata, and certain part of domestic markets, sir, where we wanted to take some 5 tons to 10 tons to start with. Initially, I'm going to plan with one vessels on one seaplane on a leasing basis, sir. So here I wanted a support to start with on a pilot basis on one seaplane from the government of India to handhold me in terms of any schemes or anything, sir. And the third thing is that, as I told our honorable respected ministers, had told that we wanted a processing plant inside this vessel itself. So 3 years before, I designed a complete dedicated processing plant, micro processing plant, which has got cutting, automated cutting of fish, removing the viscera and your gill and whatever it is, so then vacuum packing and plate freezer. And sir, today India is blessed with wonderful pH value of masalas, where the masala itself acts as a preservative without any artificial preservatives. When we do at the source itself with masala and the vacuum packing and freeze it and send it to the domestic and international market, the shelf life will increase at least 100-fold, sir. So this is, I've already designed, sir. I wanted support to get one vessel one vessel on a pilot or a proto basis to prove ourselves then we can cater to all over that. I designed it for the smaller vessel also, sir, which that goes for the Perseid in Karnataka, right? So I've designed even for that vessel also. And finally, the fourth is, as a respected sir told, that we wanted to have a value addition in fisheries, that is a highly perishable item. So we have developed more than 120 products, which has got more than 6 months of shelf life, sir. But in that one, the biggest market is like today is the snack market, sir. 5 rupees potato chips is the biggest market which plays around 40,000 crores. So in that, our fish is not having, our meat is not having any space in that, sir. So what we did is we have developed a wonderful product called fish wafer, sir, which is made out of 60 to 80% of fish, which are both inland fillet and sea products. So I mixed mahi fillet, and I mixed tilapia also, sir, tilapia and pangas also. So this I already established with railways also, sir. Railways had given a wonderful response. They gave me an empanelment in the railways to place all over the station, sir. So similarly, I want a support to establish a big processing unit for purely on the snacks, collaborated with the government of India, sir. Like your KMF, Karnataka Milk Federation are there, or Mother Dairy is there. Similarly, I wanted to establish for fisheries. If today milk is there, then they say KMF, sir. If I wanted to say fish, it is from the government of India, that is the fish. That is the what project I wanted to establish in a big way. Either where is a good source of raw material, like inland and both marine products. So these are the 4 things which I proposed, sir. Yesterday I just explained to our respected madam. She gave a wonderful response. It is very, very positive for us, sir. So all these things, then it will be a big leap for us to in the fishery sector, sir. So, yes, sir. So I've seeked and respected madams and sirs' permission for half an hour or 1 day in Delhi, so that I can give a better presentation of so many other aspects are also there, sir. Thank you so much to all. Thank you.
SAMs discuss. After that, we have Garware Technical Fibers.
Good afternoon, sirs, all the attendees. I am Sanjay Khandagle, ornamental fish breeder from Maharashtra. We have established a first ornamental fish brood bank at Maharashtra and successfully creating very good high quality fish species and distributing all over. I take this opportunity to come here and understand marine ornamental fish industry, which has got a very high potential. So there are a few things in our mind that if we could come and invest here in land, somewhere very near to the shore where we can get the high quality water, establish a breeding culture unit, and also we want to understand if, as sir also pointed out, a lot of fish, edible fish, grow out old age and they die. If we can also have wild catch, and also those fishes are conditioned and then exported, because there's a huge potential for marine ornamental fish in international market. So this was one thing. Also, public aquariums are coming up in a big way in India. So large species, basically the big size fishes are much required. Right now, I think most of them are coming from outside. So we could be supplying those fishes, and if we get the permission to have the catch here, stock here, and then transport it to all over India and outside India also. So we're looking at a lot of support from the local authorities here to able to establish this unit. We're ready to invest here. Thank you.
Garware Technical Fibers Limited. Next is Jokins Marine Exports Private Limited, or Blue Catch, whomsoever is present here.
Good evening, dignitaries. Good evening, friends. I represent a company called Garware Technical Fibers, which is in the fishing industry for the last, say, 4.5 decades. And I have been personally in fishing for the last 26, 27 years. And in the last 2 years, the momentum which I have been seeing in Department of Fisheries, Delhi, is something encouraging. And at least in the last month, we had 3 meetings regarding aquaculture. So I am representing aquaculture as a business, as morning we were discussing. It has a huge potential in India, huge. We all know captive fisheries is going down. So if we have to attain the target set by PMMSY, which is close to 22 million metric ton, aquaculture is going to play a key role. And we are a company who supply cages to more than 75 countries in the world, right from Chile, Norway, Canada, including Southeast Asia. Wherever aquaculture is there, Garware Technical Fibers is there. So we have been discussing with Madam that we will be keen to bring this technology, the stakeholders who have been working with us in globally, to India to help to grow our Indian mariculture to the next level. So as a first proposal, we have discussed with Madam to set up 5 demo farms across the country so that the potential investors can come over, see what it is, because seeing is believing in India. You can speak, you can give bhashan, but unless and until they see, right, nothing is going to work. Whatever Department of Fisheries India has done today, it's more of research, right? We haven't moved to the next level of commercializing. So this is where we will come in along with your help, right? If you can support us, we will bring the technology into India and we will stand with you. We will take this mariculture to the next level. Yeah, yesterday what we were discussing, so tomorrow I will have an opportunity to visit the site, North Bay, if I am right. So from there we will take it over. So right now we manufacture cages from 6 meter to 200 meters. Yeah, so 200 meters is the. Yeah, so we will step. We are into fishing. We are supplying fishing nets, ropes for the last 45 years. Now we will get into mariculture. We will take it to the next level. Thank you. Thank you.
Jokens Marine Private Limited and Blue Catch. Next is C6 Energy Private Limited.
Good evening, sir. I'm a fisherman and an exporter from Goa. I have a full chain of developed, like from fishing, from jetty, and now we are trying to develop the deep sea fishing. And I see this opportunity, and especially I have heard that our Minister Sir is very aggressive in, and Netu Madam has also encouraged me to be here. I've been after this deep sea fishing quite a long time. Things don't move, sir. There are a lot of fishermen have already addressed the problems. I will tell you one or two problems that we would face in the future. You know, we should have a dolphin-free certification for us to get more value for our tuna. That is one that is missing. Second thing, you know, rather than having 2,000 dolphin-free certification, that will have the value. See, 70% of the cannery that happens in the world is in Thailand, and they require this certification of dolphin-free certification. Otherwise, our tuna will have no value, and they will not buy. Other things they have been addressed by already. The second, sir, you know, instead of developing so many boats in our country, we should do a few boats and copy the nearest countries that are there, like Indonesia, Thailand, you know, where we can develop our deep sea fishing, because we have been talking this for too long. And I just want to give the proofs that, as Governor Sir has already said, our fish is dying of old age, and it's true. But now the next fear is this. Last 5 years, our resources have been poached by foreign vessels, and I'm handing over these proofs to Netu Madam. This is the biggest danger for my country. And sir, please let us do the licenses as fast as possible, not only to catch fish, but it is also a security problem, which can help us, you know, in all these things. The rest, my friend will.
My name is Ganesh Nakwa. I run a startup called Blue Catch. We have done the presentation before. We just would like to add that tuna PFZ, which is being given by the inquest for last 15 years. And I think I was the first prime users to use it. So I just want to add, a lot of fishermen have spoke, Miguel Angel has also spoke. So when we are exploiting this, there are tuna hotspots and hubs, you know, around the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So we can create an AI model, you know, to put this all data which Inquise has for last 15 years. And we can create really good hotspots and understand the entire migration pattern of the tuna, which is moving around the Bay of Bengal, so that we can exploit in the seasonal basis. And I think some of the colleague before has mentioned, you know, before we exploit the 60,000 tons, we need to actually understand what size of vessels we need, what kind of industrial fishings we need, what kind of tuna longliners we need. Not all the catch can be, you know, harvested for the sashimi grade or something like that. There is a skipjack, longtail, kawa kawa, bonito. There are so many types of tuna which can be harvested by the methods which are used by Indonesia and Thailand, you know, which is Persian. You know, these boats work in a group of 10 boats. They put one mothership together. Of course, they use more aggressive methods like LED fishing and all, which is banned in India. But without that techniques, it is really impossible to harvest the tuna on a larger scale. And that is what the premium tuna canning industry, which they look for. they look for the tuna at $1, $1.5. They are not looking for a tuna which goes for a prime of $4 and $5. So I think this all consideration should be done while we put this tuna cluster in Andaman, and I would request the entire forum, to fast track this and put a really good team together of maybe 10 people, so that we meet regularly and discuss this and take it forward. Because I've been part of these Lakshadweep projects as well, where we were invited, to catch tuna over there. The similar was done in Goa and Maharashtra also, where forward thinkers like us, modern fishermen like us are put forward. But I think we are losing time. And what Miguel Uncle said, that there hasn't been Chinese vessels since 2016 and 17. I will be very open because it's a open source information on everywhere. There is a global website which highlights these problems. It has happened in Ecuador, it has happened in West Africa. I just don't want it to happen to the Andamans and Nicobar as well. Thank you very much.
C6 Energy Private Limited. Next is ZA Food Products. So you may be ready, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. Who we are, actually, we're a 14-year-old company started by IIT Madras alumni, and we have pioneered mechanized seaweed farming for tropical seaweed. So what we are today is we are the world leaders in mechanized seaweed farming, more than 30 patents issued worldwide. And today we operate a 1 square kilometer seaweed farm in Indonesia. It is the world's first. Now, the question is, why are we doing all of this? We believe that the true future potential of seaweed is to be the sustainable feedstock of the future for making biofuels that can replace India's dependence on fossil fuels. India is the 3rd largest consumer of energy, crude oil in the world. We produce zero or literally zero of our own. Today, if you want to make a sustainable fuel, you need to use agricultural biomass. If you use all the waste biomass in India, you can barely substitute 10 to 15% of India's fuel consumption, and then we are finished. We are also the world's most populous country. So we have to actually save our land-based biomass to feed our own people. So we believe that the true potential of seaweed is to be the next frontier of agriculture. For instance, just to replace India's sustainable aviation fuel consumption, we need to farm 10,000 square kilometers of seaweed. 10,000 square kilometers. And that can generate at 100 jobs per square kilometer, 1 million jobs. If you want to replace India's crude oil consumption, you need to farm 150,000 square kilometers. And we have already shown and well published that we can make crude oil and fuels from seaweed. So what do we need today? We are operating in Indonesia. Why we went to Indonesia is because of facilitation. Today, to bring this technology to India, especially in the Andaman and Nicobar, we need to really do 3 things in my opinion. One is we need to really urgently implement marine geospatial planning. We have to demarcate zones for conservation, aquaculture, tourism, whatever else we need to do that. Then we need to provide sea leases for industry so that they can make the investments. Today I can go to Indonesia and I can lease 1 square kilometer, 10 square kilometers, 100 square kilometers, and it is mine till the companies last. We have a 100% subsidiary in Indonesia. And to create a pathway to all of this, we need to allow the cultivation of commercially viable species. Now, there is the commercially viable species today, which really creates money in seaweed farming, is Kappa ficus alvareezii. Now, there is a huge debate in India as to whether it's exotic or not, but especially in the Andaman and Nicobar, there should not be a debate, because in 1999, Kappa ficus was discovered in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So if there is any place in India where it should not be considered exotic, it is Andaman. It is not a surprise because Andaman is right next to Indonesia, where we grow Kappa ficus. So we need to move fast. We'd love to bring this technology to India. We would love to operate here. These are the facilitations we require. Thank you.
ZA Food Products. We now move on to S. Rajarao Seafoods. Okay. We have ZA Food Products. After that, we have S. Rajarao Seafoods. You may be as well prepared.
A very good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to Government of India and Department of Fisheries for giving us this platform. ZA Food Products is a processor and exporter of marine products since last 30 years. We are into processing and exporting frozen fish from India to South Asian countries. As a processor and exporter, there are a few points I would like to mention if we set up a unit over here. First of all, we would need all necessary statutory permission for approval through single window operations. We would need doorstep power 24/7, availability of proper roadways to port from the factory, container availability, both 20 and 40 feet reefers, ETP plant setup. We need EIA and MPDA offices over here along with customs office, subsidized electricity bill, solar panel projects for setting up in a factory, and bank finance with subsidized interest rate for working capital. And most importantly, we need packing material manufacturing units over here in the island, because it's really expensive to bring it from the mainland to at the island. These are the points which I would like to mention. It would be nice if we cover this all up. Thank you.
S. Rajarao Seafoods. Next, we have Canaris Aquaculture LLP.
सभी को नमस्कार. एक्चुअली मार्केटिंग क्षेत्र में लास्ट 20 ईयर से हम काम कर रहे हैं, खासकर टूना. बर्मा नाला एक ऐसा पॉइंट था 20 ईयर पहले, वहाँ पर टूना कैच होता था थोड़ा मोड़ा. आज 40 to 50 फिशिंग बोट्स है, मोटराइज बोट्स है, तो वो लोग टूना तो डेली पकड़ रहा है. लास्ट 6 मंथ उनका अच्छा टूना कैच रहता है, तो उनका टूना मैं सिंगल एक वहाँ से ले रहा हूँ, लेके यहाँ के लोकल एक्सपोर्टर्स को मैं थ्रू में मेलन बेचता हूँ, तो उनको प्राइस नहीं मिल रही है. तो वहाँ पर उनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर थोड़ा फैसिलिटीज़ बढ़ाना चाहिए. बर्मा नाला हमारे CSA ने काफ़ी सर इनिशिएटिव्स लिया था, उनका वहाँ विजिट भी किया था सर, देखा भी, और विश्वेंद्र सर ने भी. तो मेरा एक वहाँ पर अगर एक अच्छा क्लस्टर को वहाँ बर्मा नाला को अगर हम करेंगे तो काफ़ी इन्वेस्टर्स को फ़ायदा होगा और हमें यहाँ के लोकल इन्वेस्टर्स को काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा. एक ही कहना था. थैंक यू. आपने विजिट किया था सर टूना, वन ऑफ द क्वालिटी बेस्ट क्वालिटी है. सर ने कल टूना का आपने देखा था. ठीक, थैंक यू.
Canaris Aquaculture. Next is Arbi Biomarine Extracts Private Limited.
Good evening, everyone. So I wanted to just talk about my proposal for the Andaman is for the open sea cage culture. So open sea cage culture of the capacity of 25 tons per day, which we can execute if it has been allotted to us next 6 years. Starting with the around 20 cages in the first year, so doubling it on our target to around 960 cages next 5 years, by which we will be getting a catch of, the fish of 25 tons per day, harvesting and stocking, both will be doing it. Thanks. And why we have to do this? Because obviously the first Indian finfish hatchery, we developed the finfish sea bass hatchery in Karnataka, that is in Kumta. So we have the seed production capacity of 50 million per year. So now we are trying with the silver pompino. We tried with the, I'm talking about the sea bass, now cobia, different species we are trying in our own hatchery. From there we can get the seeds and we can start immediately. In fact, we have been discussing with the Yogesh of Garware also about the nets and everything. We have a capacity of building our own cages. We don't need a separate technology from anybody. We have built our own cages, which is been put into the sea. Because we have an engineering background company. Basically, I am also engineer and I am a fisherman also. So we have an engineering background company who can support, and we can build our own cages with the support of Garware, and we have imported some of the plastics and all those things. So we can build our own cage, and NIOT has supported us. With NIOT, we have executed the project in Kumta, which is in Karnataka. So, but our experience is not so good. what happened? See, we are very much want to get into the business. We wanted to get the cage culture because I have studied the Norway structure. Norway is the #1 in cage culture today. They have been making lot of things. As wild catch is going to stop, now people are more dependent on the, aquaculture. The cage culture is going to become a prominent one in coming years. Norway it is already. People have built a colonies over there. So they are taking care of the cages in the colonies. People are staying in the sea and all. Similar thing we wanted to do in Karnataka, the west coast. With the help of NIOT, I requested them to give the cages and all. I have put the cages, and from our hatchery, we have put the seed into the cages. But believe me, because the marine policy is not there, fishermen complex started in that area. Within 2 months of the seed dropping into the cage, we had to take back all the seeds back. We have brought all the cage back, the seeds back. Yes, okay, luckily we had our own hatchery, so we brought it back and we put it our own tanks and we did all those things. So, but what we wanted is this. So, we have a capacity to put the, cage. That is what I am here. Yeah, our investment will be around 570 crores. Yeah, say Andaman Nicobar, why we are preparing? Andaman Nicobar is the only state or the place in India where cage culture can be done all 12 months. Because lot of bay areas here, thousands of cages you can put it. Even not only me, you can call another 10 people. There is a place in Andaman and Nicobar. So that can be utilized. So that is what we wanted to grab the opportunity, and we have a first-hand experience how to manage the cage, how to feed the fish, how to build the cage. We are going for an automatic feeder, cameras and everything. Don't need any foreign technology for cage culture in India if you allow us to do it. I can challenge any foreign countries for that. So with the help of NIOT, you have your own engineering industry in the aquaculture and all those things. Definitely we can build. Garware, they can support in the nets. I know that. I have been speaking to Mr. Yogesh. He told me he'll support me for the nets, whatever we require. So similar things we can get from all the Indian companies. We can build our own cages, and it don't cost much. I have been talking to the lot of investors who are ready to invest per cage basis. This I worked out with my own, because I have a company in Bangalore. I have discussed with the other investors. They are ready to invest per cage basis. I say, boss, तुम्हारा एक केज रहेगा, इसके लिए इतना पैसा डाल दो, एक केज मैं मेंटेन करूँगा, प्रॉफिट तेरे पास शेयर कर लूँगा. So they are ready to do that. So making 1,000 cages is nothing. If you give me a 5 years of time, I will build 1,000 cages in Andaman, and I will take 25 tons per day, stocking and harvesting. That is what we want to do. But only thing, policies. Please, sir, take care of it.
Arbi Biomarine Extracts Private Limited. Next is Aqualine Exports.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, one and all. I'm representing RB Group. We've got about 40 years of experience in the fish oil industry. For the past 25 years, we've been experts in refining fish oil and omega-3 extraction. It is good to know other companies like Merchant Ventures are venturing out into omega-3. With regards to omega-3, we are GOED certified, which is a global standard for omega-3. Omega-3 is very overlooked. Now, looking at the projects that we are looking at exploring in Andaman, there are 2 projects that we are interested. One is we are looking at seeing whether tuna trimmings, once the tuna cluster comes into place, you will have a lot of trimmings in place. And there is probably a specialty of tuna that certain omega-3 fractions are very good of tuna-3. So if the trimmings are hygienically processed and the cold chain logistics can transport that trimmings efficiently, that can be used to actually produce good quality omega-3. That is one of the projects we are looking at piloting. The other project is algal extraction of omega-3. So we are looking at commercial area in liquid surface area as well as land to initially do the pilot and do feasibility studies. Now, once we come to the challenges that we might face, We have had multiple interactions with MPEDA. I think Director Karthikeyan sir is here with regards to sustainability and traceability issues. So the thing about the international market is, if you are looking at omega-3, it is very sensitive that the product has to be sustainably sourced. If you look at the US markets or the European markets, which is the market that is going to give you the highest prices, they do insist on certifications. I think one of our colleagues mentioned the Marine Stewardship Council sustainability certification, which is actually very good and widely accepted. So these systems have to be built in place to take care of that, I believe. And with regards to another challenge is omega-3 is a very niche product. I believe the subsidies from the government has reduced. So it's actually not incentivizing value addition of fish oil. It's actually put a tax on companies who's putting into effort for R&D for this particular projects. So I think that covers about everything from our end. Yeah, thank you. We do significant export volumes as well as domestic volumes. Rest of the omega-3 unfortunately has to be imported from countries like China and Europe. So we are trying to increase that margin in India. Thank you.
Aqualine exports, and after that we have Babla pearls.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was not able to attend yesterday's one-to-one discussion. I am Santosh Baby, managing partner of Aqualine Exports. We started our company in 2007. We were the top exporter in 2021 in ornamental fish category as per MPEDA. And before that also, we were the second leading exporter of ornamental fish. So we came here thinking that this is a great opportunity. In fact, it is a great opportunity. As Abhilash Likwe sir was talking about our Prime Minister's vision, it should be ecologically sustainable, environment friendly, and also socially inclusive. This is definitely environmentally friendly, because I'll tell you one thing about this speciality of marine ornamentals in Andamans. The fishes are in the tidal, intertidal pools. So you can easily catch it instead of any kind of dynamiting or just scoop it out, that's enough. And it's all are juveniles. It's about 8 to 10 centimeter. So if you don't catch it, it will all migrate. So why not catch it? It's such a big opportunity, and we are wasting it. We are wasting our resources. Marine ornament, such a lovely, beautiful, rare varieties of fishes are there. But it's all about licensing. It should give us an opportunity to have traceability so that the environment is not spoiled. All the logistic partners should be traced. So in that way, in a restricted manner, which is ecologically friendly and viable, definitely there is a huge potential. And there is also a huge potential for several other varieties. I don't know, nobody's even talking about it. Let's talk about this Tridacna, giant clams. In Palau Island in Micronesia, they are doing it in a very large scale, fragmentation, and that can be actually tagged also. This is actually our director of CMFRI was saying, it's a closed port. So you cannot just take it out. It has to be tagged, and it can remain here, especially Tridacna magna, Tridacna squamosa. There are huge opportunities. Nobody's even looking at it. And also fragmentation. Indonesia, a lot of people are talking about Indonesia. Indonesia, they are doing a lot of coral fragmentation. This is a closed place. We can do restricted coral fragmentation. And with the help of the government, we can sell it. But let all that remain aside. At least let us capture this marine ornamentals, which is migratory and leaving this country. Let us utilize it. Let's have some policies regarding this. Thank you.
Babla pearls. Next we have Shri Kote Group.
Good afternoon, sir. On behalf of Babla Pearls Private Limited, sir, Sunil sir will represent everything about us.
Okay. Yeah, next please. So, can you move the slide? So the proposer is Mr. Gunjan Shah, who is a pearl trader from Mumbai. He's seen the world, he buys pearls from all over the world. So the background is the black pearl is known as the queen of pearls, is very valuable, found only in India. And if you look at the exports and all those things, India is now importing worth $35 million per year. So there's a great opportunity to get into the global market. So global market is expected to increase to about 25 billion by 2030. Next, please. So I am a researcher, retired from CMFRI, and we had this project here in Andamans for 15 years, and we developed a system to produce pearls, pearl babies, and also had some training programs. Next, please. So we identified and reported to the Department of Fisheries where pearl farming can be done. Next, please. So his idea is to make Andaman Nicobar as a pearl island of India. And he has a strategic plan establishing long line farms. Next, please. So CMFRI perfected the technology for producing babies of these oysters. Next, please. So we don't depend on nature. Also has a long line system of farming where the entire line is under the sea. You cannot see it from the top. So there's no question of poaching. These are the impacts which have been studied. Actually, bival farming has very little impacts on the ecosystem. Next, please. Yeah, I'll come to the hiccups. Yeah. So next, please. This project is worth about 25 crores. He is willing to invest about 25 crores. So next. Yeah. So he came to me as in 2016. Initially, 2 EOIs were floated by the Department of Fisheries. It did not happen. Then he applied under Blue Revolution scheme. That also did not happen. Next, please. In 2019, finally, Blue Revolution scheme permission was given, but the Forest Department did not give any proper reply to this. They wanted permissions from Forest, Ports, and one more, Industries Department. He got from 2, but Forest did not reply. So what we see is that there are multiple agencies that are having rules in the marine domain. There's a legal pluralism. Okay, can you go back? Yeah, so CRZ does not actually. Yeah, CRZ does not restrict actually farming in the sea. Now CAA has come out with rules in 24, and 2023 Act has been amended. As per this, it can be easily done, but so far it's still not done. Next, please. So, you know, there are many countries in the world which are doing this. Yeah.
You don't go details about the company. We are here to hear.
So these are the problems that you have.
We are here to hear you. To the investors that those who want to invest here in Andaman, and what relaxation he wants from us, either the state government or the central government.
Basically, it's a single.
Yeah. We are not interested in knowing the profile of the company. No.
It's basically we are requesting a single window.
Yes, sir. Single window clearance.
Yeah.
Single window clearance.
Under the proper rules.
Okay.
Okay, I was a bit rushed. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Shri Koti Group. Next, we have Indian Ingredient Marine Association.
I'm here. Lots of people had lots of complaints and problems, I understand. I want to thank Fisheries Department as well as... Yes, sir, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, as I said, I want to thank Fisheries Department, specifically Gopal sir and Chief Secretary sir, as well as other Fisheries Department officials, that they guided us. I was an unemployed person. Because of that, I have started an industry in Andaman now. We are manufacturers of ready-to-eat snacks in fish kurkure, fish puffcorn. It's a patent product, what we have invented. Thanks to Chief Secretary sir, he guided us a lot. And because of that, we are planning to generate at least 200 to 300 employment in Andaman, specifically Gopal sir, who has helped us a lot. But I had 2-3 issues. The one issue, sir, we are using the raw materials of Andaman only and manufacturing it. We have to send it to Chennai market and sell it, as well as in the local market. Certain raw materials. So this container cost is a major issue here. We should get some subsidy out of it. And the product, I would take this opportunity also for exporters. This is Andaman fresh product, and it is a shelf life of 6 months. If any exporters want to get in touch with us, they can. I'll just say that. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for this time.
Indian Ingredient Marine Association. Next we have Mr. Zadwit.
Good evening. Okay. Yeah, I'll make it very short. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity, madam. And this is my second time I'm meeting sir. I was part of that global Thailand event. I was from the Thai side. Sir, actually, we represent Indian Marine Ingredients is an association. We are basically into waste management. What we do is we make based on the waste, and seeing the development initiated by our Fisheries Minister and under PMMS schemes, we see that there will be a lot of waste generated. Recent research done by myself a little bit, that there's a lot of waste generated here is being disposed of, and a lot of money is being spent. What fish meal industry does is we convert the waste into a valuable resource and generate huge revenue for the country and jobs also, and for the fishermen livelihood. Apart from that, we do the resource conservation, the unsold stocks which are no, I'm telling you, no, we will set up, we will set up. See, I am telling them what we do. We will set up waste management systems here and the small pelagic fishery. Currently, we are going to Oman and doing it. And around 10 Indian producers are going to Oman and producing fish meal due to a lot of challenges here. Recently, MPDA had lifted a moratorium which clearly exhibits that our sustainability. There is no sustainable issue around the world for fish meal industry, and this can be done here very well. In case I had last time you told me to come and meet also. So in case we can develop this fish meal industry, what are supports, anything we can get from this Andaman government, we will try our best, sir. So I think I should end this with this short note. This industry plays a very important role, sir. To develop any industry, we need everything in order: infrastructure, transportation, logistic, and everything. The waste management is the main, because there is a lot of waste, around 30 to 70% depending on the species. Thank you so much. And also, a few of my colleagues here spoke about omega-3. India produces nearly 1.5 lakh to 2 lakh tons of fish oil, and most of it is going to Japan for refining, and omega-3 which can be done in India, and we have only one company, RB, doing it in India. So there are around 68 plants. If we've been missed out in PMMSY, if we have been taken into that and subsidies are given, we can do very good value addition into it. Thank you.
We now have the last presenter for today, Mr. Zadwit.
Thank you. I'm representing the Chamber of Commerce also and the Jadwit Group. तो मंत्री जी को मैं खाली ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि अंडमान निकोबार में फ़िशिंग 40-50 साल से हो रहा है और बहुत कुछ काम हो गया, बहुत बड़े बड़े कंपनी आए हैं सर। 70 में टाटाज आए थे यहाँ, उसके बाद डीप सी फिशिंग जॉइंट वेंचर जब गवर्नमेंट का पॉलिसी था उस तरफ भी हम लोग इन्वॉल्व थे एज एजेंट, एज इन्वेस्टर्स। उसके बाद इंडियन फ्लैग वेसल में भी हम लोग इन्वॉल्व थे, और उसके बाद से डीप सी फिशिंग पॉलिसी अभी आज के डेट में कुछ है नहीं, एंड इसकी ज़रूरत है ताकि इसमें पैसा लग सके। प्राइमरीली राइट नाउ वी आर इनटू ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड शिपिंग एंड लॉजिस्टिक्स, और टूरिज़्म में 30 साल में हज़ारों करोड़ यहाँ में इन्वेस्ट हो गया है और टूरिज़्म काफ़ी फूल फाल रहा है, लेकिन फिशिंग में हुआ नहीं है। तो देयर इज़ सम गैप, एंड आई होप दिस इनिशिएटिव टेकन बाय यू विल पुट अस इनटू द राइट पर्सपेक्टिव। सर,
टूरिज़्म और फिशरीज़ हमारे मंत्री जी ने कहा कि इसको कैसा लिंक कर सकेंगे, ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और आज हम बहुत प्राउडली कह रहे हैं कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का सपोर्ट से स्पोर्ट फिशिंग का कैपिटल बन गया अंडमान निकोबार, और इसको हम लोग और टैप करना चाहिए, उसको और रिलैक्स करना चाहिए। और टूरिज़्म लेजर फिशिंग आपके मेरीटाइम रूल्स में भी नहीं है, फिशिंग रूल्स में, इसको कैसा इन्वॉल्व करके कैसा लिबरलाइज कर सके, इसके ऊपर में ध्यान देना चाहिए सर। लास्टली सर, हमारे गवर्नर साहब ने एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट बोला एनसीवी के ऊपर। ये प्रपोजल हम लोग ने ही मूव किया था शिप ओनर्स के तरफ से। सर, यहाँ से हम इंडियन लाइसेंस्ड वेसल कैन गो टू बांग्लादेश, बर्मा, कोलंबो, all these places, but we cannot go to 350 miles to Thailand. अगर ये एनसीवी अगर ठीक हो जाए तो यहाँ से कार्गो वेसल्स विल स्टार्ट ऑपरेटिंग बिटवीन हियर एंड थाईलैंड, लोकल कार्गो वेसल्स। अगर वो हो जाए तो इसमें फिश जाने का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा। और एक प्रॉब्लम जो हम लोग क्लैरिटी नहीं है कि हमारे पास अगर फिशिंग इंडियन लॉ के हिसाब से हमारे रजिस्टर्ड फिशिंग वेसल्स हैं, तो क्या हम कैच करके वो फिशिंग वेसल को थाईलैंड ले जा सकते हैं रूल के हिसाब से, या हमें डिफरेंट लाइसेंस चाहिए ट्रांसपोर्टिंग के लिए? अगर मेरा वेसल प्रोसेस भी कर रहा है, फिश भी कर रहा है और ट्रांसपोर्ट भी कर सकता है, क्योंकि अभी हमारे पास ट्रांसपोर्ट अरेंजमेंट है नहीं, तो अगर मेरा वेसल वहाँ जा सकता है कि नहीं, इसके ऊपर क्लैरिटी नहीं है। अगर ये 2-3 इश्यूज़ के ऊपर काम करे तो शायद थोड़ा रिलैक्स्ड हो जाए। थैंक यू सो मच।
With this, sir, we draw to a close to today's interaction with the industry. We extend a warm gratitude to you and thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais for their time and listening to all the industries. We may extend the cordless mic to him, please.
क्योंकि वो थापा पैका के लिए नहीं दे रहे करके, वो थापा पैका से क्यों नहीं दे रहे, तो साइंटिफिक रीजन तो कुछ नहीं है। पूरे इंडिया में थापा पैका तो हो रहा है, लेकिन इधर नहीं हो रहा है। और दूसरी बात तो क्या है, हम तो 4 स्टेट को घूमा, उड़ीसा, तमिलनाडु, कर्नाटका, आंध्र प्रदेश, बहुत जगह में उसका प्रॉब्लम क्या है, जो राफ्ट का राफ्ट का जो सब्सिडी बहुत कम दे रहे हैं, जो वो रेट आप जो दे रहे हैं 2010 का, अभी 2015 तो आने वाला है, वो रेट का वजह से बहुत फिशर वुमेन्स नहीं आ रहे, उसका बड़ा है। और अंडमान में आपसे भी मिला सर, CS सर आपसे भी मिला था 2 साल पहले, और मीटिंग भी बुलाया है सेक्रेटरी साहब और अपना सुधाकर साहब, इसका परमिशन अभी बहुत बार आपको लेटर दे दिया।
मंत्रिवर्ग नमस्कार, मैं बीसर मेंबर एसोसिएशन जनरल सेक्रेटरी लोकल बीसर में सुन लेकर सर आपको दे देते हैं।
Very good afternoon to all of you. Now we will start our technical session.
They have
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you to all the investors who have come here and they have raised their difficulties in setting up the units here. So on behalf of the entire administration, let me assure you that in certain areas we have been working for 2 years. In fact, in all our meetings, some of the stakeholders who are living here, they have been working with us. We have made significant progress in many areas. And I just want to point out certain things. First thing is that Honorable Minister was also saying that you need to establish the single window clearance system. And what it means is that it should not be just on paper, but it should be a functioning system through which anybody who comes and is willing to invest here should get proper facilitation. We have set it up. In fact, our officers are working with most of the industries. There are certain problems in terms of conversion, but more or less I have seen that even if it's taken slightly longer time, but you have been able to get NOC if it is related to Fisheries Department. And so some of the ice plants and some of the cold storages have been set up. But I totally agree with you that we need to expedite the entire system, because you cannot just be held hostage to this procrastinated approach. I assure you on behalf of everybody is that we definitely want to expedite, and under the guidance and leadership of our Honorable Minister, we want to set up a system where the NOC and especially fish related industry, wherever it wants to come and invest, would be given proper facilitation, and the entire thing would be expedited and be put in a different level altogether. That's one. Second is that fish processing units, and in fact some of my local investors were quite excited that we have identified certain areas where we want to set up the fish processing units. We have already done the financial viability studies of that area. We have also prepared the RFP. There are certain formalities which needs to be in fact done. Some opinion has been given. We are working on that. I'm sorry for the delay, because I was thinking before I leave this place, there are 2-3 things I have tasks and goals I have set for myself. I want to see a consignment going from this place. Probably it will not be possible, but in coming months probably it will be possible. I also wanted to set up a processing unit being erected here, but I'm quite confident now with this much of work which has been done. Very soon we'll have a cluster of units coming in a part of Port Blair itself. So all the investors who are keen to invest in fish processing plant, they are most welcome. They can come here and they can invest. So that's the second area. Third area, as I've already mentioned during my speech in the morning, that we have earmarked areas which have been inundated during tsunami, and all such areas where the shrimp cultivation can take place, and we have identified those areas. We have also set out that how these areas you can invest and on what terms and conditions. So it will be a transparent process. Somebody who wants to come invest and grow shrimp fish, they can come here and they can, with their entire ecosystem in fish processing and transportation, they can harvest. Let me assure you that the water which has been tested here, probably one of the best, and one of our brightest person is working in that area. So at least in that field, we are very, very clear that anybody who wants to come here, immediately they can start the work. Fourth area where we have worked is cage culture. I'm quite excited that 2-3 of you are who are big players in cage culture are showing their willingness to come and invest here. There are areas which we have already earmarked, and as you were saying, there could be other potential areas in and around Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So we will see that also, but at present we are quite certain that there is enough area available with us where you want to do it on a larger scale, so that the economy of scale can be built up and you can have a gainful export from this place. Fourth area where we have been working is about training our personnel. I totally understand that probably for tuna and tuna related fishes, tuna kind of fishes, some specialized skill set is required, which we are not being able to provide. Probably I'll request Honorable Secretary that he will look into the problem of at least giving employment to foreign skilled workers for at least 1 or 2 years. After that, once our workers are properly trained, then probably we can start our own industry. So there, though we have been quite keen to provide skill, again for the exploitation of the resources here, but I don't think that is up to the mark. So this is the area where we lack. NCV, we are almost at the verge, let me assure you, because we have 2-3 rounds of meetings with the Home Ministry, and earlier there were 3 countries with which we are trying to sign the NCV agreement. It was Malaysia, it was Indonesia, and also the Thailand. So in the end, I had proposed that leave out because Malaysia was dragging its feet slightly. So I had proposed that at least it should be signed with the Thailand, because Thailand is the country we are looking at. It has the largest processing units, and it is also, it can consume lots of our products also. So if once we get the agreement done with the Thailand, then the entire area would be, field would be open to us. So I'm quite hopeful that NCB would be signed in coming months. We need to take it up with the Home Ministry and also the External Affairs Ministry. But External Affairs Ministry has already talked to me, and they have taken all the feedback. And probably it's the last step. So this is what I can assure you, that this will be done very soon. Last thing, 2 more things that seaweed, Kappa ficus and Edulis debate and war is going on. Edulis, we have already set up the farm, and know whether only Kappa ficus is economically viable, whether other species cannot be viable. I'll request my friend who is sitting here, PCCF, they say that as per 2002 Supreme Court judgment, you cannot import foreign species here in the ecosystem. That's why they are not allowing Kappa ficus. But as one of the speakers has said, that Kappa ficus was found here itself. So if that is the case, then if you can give us some evidence to that, then probably build up a case, and then we can also allow Kappa ficus to grow. I don't know, ICAR in India now, and now we are answer. Yeah, no, but it's a Supreme Court's judgment only pertaining to Andaman and Nicobar Islands, that here you cannot bring any exotic species. That's a Shaker Singh, it's an old, yeah, so. Great, so. Great. So you give us the evidence, give us the evidence, we'll share it with our experts, and then we can see that whether it can be done. But at the same time, also beseech you that look at the Edulis, whether it has economic potential or not. If it has, then probably we have a huge horizon in front of us. We can exploit it gainfully. Last thing is that small ship repair facility also we are looking at here. That if the small ships, because ultimately it is all about aggregation also, especially in perch fishes. If you go in remote areas, the perch fishing is quite significant. So unless until you have many players, smaller players working, and then there is some aggregator who comes here, gathers all the produce and then processes it in a scientific manner and exports it, then, and for the small players, these requirements are there. This ship repair facility has to be set up. So we are going to set up that facility very soon. So all these things, and especially the single window clearance system, all these things are at the last verge. And I'm quite sure that in coming months, not even 6 months, coming months, couple of months, this all would be fructifying, and then we'll be able to see that the proper atmosphere, proper environment for a successful investment takes place. Thank you so much.
Now I invite Honorable Cabinet Minister to give his closing remarks. After that, after 5 minutes of break, technical sessions will go on. Thank you.
We have heard all the investors who has been here, but our motive and intention to invite all of you here was that you must invest something in Andaman Nicobar for fishing. And now I confine on 3 points which we want. We want that fishing here in Andaman and Nicobar Island with proper vessels. Number 2, processing with value addition. And number 3, exporting your products. That was the only 3 area for which we have assembled here. So you have explained your difficulties, you have explained your problems, you have explained what relaxation you want from us. So now I will ask the Fishery Ministry, and the Fishery Secretary is here, that after conclusion of this meet, take a feedback from you have heard the Chief Secretary also, who has taken certain policy decisions here. So, Ministry should take feedback from the state, Andaman and Nicobar state policy, and after taking policy and what relaxation as of now the Ministry can give. So keeping all together, you notify a policy decision for fishing in Andaman Nicobar Island to develop this tuna cluster. So number 1 thing, that Ministry should take feedback from the state government, incorporate it, and your policy of the Ministry, incorporating everything, you announce a policy and you notify it. Number 3, I want to share with you, all of you, that we are working on high sea fishing policy. As of now, or right now, I am not in a position to tell you anything, but we are working on it. And as soon as we decide and we comes to a conclusion, it will come known to you. So, but sincerely and seriously, we are working on it. I don't want to go in details of that, but we are working on that. And unless we don't do the deep sea fishing, we will not be able to enhance our export. So that we are working on it. We have worked, we have gone ahead also, but until and unless it is not it doesn't come to a final conclusion, I am not able to say right now, share you, but this I can say you that we are working on it. We are working on deep sea fishing policy, and that we will know to you. So this is the final conclusion, and the Ministry will notify it as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
I invite all the participants and honorable dignitaries on the dais to take high tea, and then afterwards technical sessions are actually high tea का और cultural program का है, तो अच्छा, we should continue, sir. And there is also, sir, cultural program organized by UT administration. So Yes, sir. So as per Honorable Minister's directions, we'll continue the technical session. Thank you. So there is a 5-minute break and we'll assemble again. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. I just request to all of you, please come inside to the hall. We are going to start the technical session. After that, we will go for tea. Please come. Please come and sit.
Sir, I request all the people on the dais, sir, that we can come on the sofa because presentation will continue, sir. इन लोगों के लिए सर. ओके. ठीक है सर, ठीक है. ओके.
Please come and sit. Please come and sit. I would like to request Secretary Fisheries, Government of Andaman Nicobar, please come and have your presentation, please. Bisandrich. Okay. I request all of you, please come and sit. We are going to start our technical session. Please come and take your seat. After that, we will go for tea. Thank you. Right, sir.
Right. May I request them, sir, once again? So all the delegates, I would request all of you to please come and sit. So, next slide, please. So, we have divided the presentation into 5 sections. One is the locational advantage on which, a lot has been talked about. The second is overview of the Andaman fisheries sector. Third is potentials in the fishery sectors in various sub-sectors. And then various government schemes, benefits, funding mechanism, etc. And lastly, why brand Andaman is the destination wherein this investor should come. Next, please. So this is that locational advantage slide wherein you see Andaman Nicobar is equidistant from Calcutta, Vizag and Chennai, 1200 kilometers. On the Southeast Asian side, Ranong is around 700 kilometers, Phuket 750, and likewise Southeast Asia is very near. This was already discussed. Next. Now this is a slide which I wanted to show because this is the advantage from Maldives. 2900 kilometers is traversed and the tuna goes to Thailand for canning. We are just 750 kilometers. So this is the advantage of distance which I just wanted to demonstrate on this slide. Next slide, please. So now coming to the overview of fisheries sector in ANI. So primarily the fish production here is marine fisheries. So approximately 99.1% of fisheries production is marine based, and Of that 99%, pelagic and demersal fisheries are almost equal, and we have a very little oceanic fisheries, which you can see from the statistics. Next. So this is about the existing infrastructure in the fishery sector. We have 17 fish landing centers, 46 fish landing points, 22 ice plants, 23 fish markets, and production was told in several times. And a lot of talk was there about the single window system. So here I would like to tell you, we have a single window system in place. There is an export investment and export promotion cell in the department. We are going to strengthen it post the conclave, and the timeline for registration of vessels, fishing vessels here is 21 days, and issuance of license post registration in 7 days. These have been monitored at the level of the director. The nodal officer for the export and investment promotion cell is the director of fisheries, and everything is then processed under his or her supervision. On the right side, previous slide. On the right side, that is the bifurcation of cold storage plants in the private sector and others, meaning government and the government corporation sector. So this is just a snapshot. Yeah, next slide. So this is the potential of Andaman fisheries. So this 2D map shows you the various species-wise potential in Andaman Nicobar Island. So here you can see the larger area is occupied by yellowfin tuna, skipjack tuna, and so the larger area shows yellowfin tuna, skipjack tuna. So that shows that we have a potential in tuna. This data, and we have also charted the other species also. So you can see sardine, pelagic sharks, anchovies, etc. That's there for you to see. Primarily, tuna is a area wherein major resource harvesting can happen. So next, please. So now, talking of tuna fishing in Andaman, sir. So this is, currently oceanic tuna, we are just harvesting 278 metric ton. 46,500 metric ton is out there, and that is the opportunity in which everyone can come and invest. Of the various species of tuna, the species in which we are interested, which should be relied on and in which investment can go, that is yellowfin, skipjack, and big eye tuna. So yellowfin is about 24,000 metric tons. Skipjack is 22,000 metric tons, and big eye is a small fragment of 500 metric tons. The current trends of harvest you can see on the right side in the bar diagrams. And the strategic export destination can be Thailand, Japan, South Korea, USA. And next slide. So these are the initiatives which we have planned, what we'll be doing in the coming months, which is like, so first and foremost for us is the capacity building initiative by the Directorate of Fisheries. We would be emphasizing more on the fisheries certification programs. We would be trying to introduce fish aggregating devices for increased catches, and partnership with regional fisheries bodies like BOBP, IGO. Next is dissemination of PFZs, and we are giving these bi-weekly advices to the fishermen here. There are few fishermen who are actually using it to do their catches. Next, we propose, 3 cluster areas of Sri Vijayapuram, Little Andamans, and Campbell Bay, wherein this tuna can be harvested. In infrastructure initiatives, the cell I was just talking about, that is in place. Seafood processing cluster is already approved, we are going to identify a cluster around fish landing center. So that is the current status of why. Bear with me for 2-3 more minutes. Lastly, reduction of advance reporting time has been achieved by us, particularly in context of Thailand. Next. So these are the initiatives. This was the Bangkok investment seminar, and last time in 2017 we had gone to Cochin. So these are just the visuals, which we are showing. Next. So this is that invoice advanced information in which we bi-weekly advisories are given to the fishermen on tuna fishing grounds. So that thing which you were mentioning, this is already in place here. Next. So now coming to the perch fisheries, this is the 3 categories in snappers, groupers and emperors. So this is these fishes are in high demand in Southeast Asian markets. So potential is about 8,000 tons. We are harvesting about 6,000 tons, and we are exporting it from Andamans to mainland India, about 2,200 tons. So the harvest is good, but what is really important here is to carry out sustainable fisheries. So a pilot has been initiated with the help of KRE and Bay of Bengal Large Marine Ecosystem Project. So that pilot is being taken up. Then subsequently we'll implement it in Andaman Nicobar Islands, so that sustainable fisheries for perches will be carried out. And then finally certification program will be held in this segment. There's a highly remunerative segment of fisheries. So and with the coming up of with the new international flights, the transportation of these fishes would be relatively easier and cost effective. That would really be a nice segment for investors to invest. Next. So now lot has been talked about seaweed. So you can see here that macro level spatial planning has been done by Andaman Nicobar Fisheries Department and NIOT, and this is the map which shows you the highly suitable area, and lesser suitable area. So you can see swathes of areas all across Andaman Nicobar Islands. Micro level special planning has already been done with respect to South Andaman areas. So now we can see in South Andamans, in Shoal Bay, North Bay, South Point, Kodia Ghat and Chidia Tapu, in all we have 49.63 hectares which has been mapped, and we have been starting our pilots and demonstration plants in Chidia Tapu. Very recently we did that. We have assessed the suitability mapping at macro level in Nicobar also. So once this macro level, micro level spatial planning is done, the exact area wherein this seaweed culture can happen can be known, and then investments can be made here. Next slide, please. So this is about the brackish water aquaculture scenario in Andamans. So here you see on the left there is this map. Post tsunami there was a subsidence of large areas in South Andamans. So of these areas in various colors, you can see Vandoor and Ogra Braj, this has been micro mapped, and an area of 24 hectare of brackish water has been identified. Now it will be leased out on H1 bidding basis to entrepreneurs. So wherein brackish water shrimp farming can be done. So this is one area. The overall potential production which has been assessed is 120 metric tons. Now the other part is in phase 2, Namunagar, Flat Bay and Sipighat. This is a huge area, minimum more than 300 hectares. The survey of this area has not been done, but this is also subsided area and there is an ingress of sea. So this will be utilized for brackish water shrimp farming. So that's all regarding the brackish water aquaculture and shrimp farming. Next slide. So this is the cage culture scenario. In this, on the technology level, the technology was successfully tested in North Bay, and nursery rearing and sea bass fingerlings were also successfully tested. As far as area is concerned, NIOT has assessed that about 18,666 square kilometers of area is available to be harnessed. So this is one area wherein investment can, actually come in. And with Garware, we can really do a head start starting tomorrow and do it on a pilot basis so that we can go ahead and reap the benefits of this sector. Next, please. So this is a pan-India situation as far as potential cage farming, this thing is concerned. Next. So now this is the various schemes of government in which funding can be obtained. So we start with FIDF, in which there is interest subvention per annum for a maximum repayment period of 12 years. Loan up to 80% of the project cost is there with a cap of 50 crores. There is another credit guarantee scheme, maximum up to 25%, which has recently been, introduced. Then we have PMMSY, in which 40% to 60% subsidy thing is there for under various categories. We have NFDB entrepreneurship model under PMSY, in which 25% of the total project cost subsidy up to 1.25 crores funding is available. 30% for the project cost of subsidy up to 1.5 crores per project. This is another scheme. The new sub scheme is Pradhan Mantri Matsya Kisan Samriddhi Sah Yojana, in which micro enterprise would be promoted. Adoption of aqua insurance would be there. Expansion of fish and fisheries products, etc. would be there. Finally, apart from this, we have NFDB support, particularly in the field of financial assistance for innovative projects. A lot many new ideas are coming which are not covered into the scheme. So these innovative projects would be covered here. Then training, capacity building, etc. can be covered in other NFDB based funding projects. Next. So why brand Andamans? Proximity to Southeast Asia, Asian market, launch of Tuna cluster would give a big fillip. Opening of the international flight and these shipping arrangements would really enhance connectivity. The waters are pristine, which would be the main marker, and we are going to have a new policy on comprehensive development of fisheries. The transshipment hub in Great Nicobar would also give a great fillip in coming years, and the vast potential areas of seaweed, cage culture, shrimp farming will make the entire fisheries sector really very happening. So we welcome all the investors. Please come invest in Andamans. Let's all prosper. Thank you very much.
Is there any question, please ask. Oh, no question. After presenters. Okay, thank you. Next, I'll request to Dr. Karthikeyan, Director MPDA, for his presentation. Please.
Honorable Minister, sir, respected Secretary, sir, respected Chief Secretary, sir, and all other dignitaries and investors, a very good evening to all. Sir, I have a small presentation wherein I will indicate about the exports and what support is to be done so that we can enhance the production and export from the islands. So presently, we export 7.38 billion worth of seafood from the country, sir. And when you talk about the exports, in case of Andaman, it's just 8 crore export which was happened in 22-23, and has come down a bit during. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah. This is the growth which has happened in the overall seafood sector during the last 10 years. Sir. So we have doubled the export from 30,000 crores to 60,000 crore in the last 10 years. But when you see about the Andaman exports, next slide. So it is like 8 crore we touched in 22-23, sir, because we have only one exporter who have registered in Andaman, and he is exporting the frozen material. So basically the price which is offered and the quantity which is going from Andaman has come down, sir, during the last year. Not with the system, sir. It's basically because of the market issues and also the connectivity problems what he is facing, sir. Because the logistics has increased. That's the problem, sir. Sir, that year the unit price offered was much higher during that year. And again, sir, can see in the last line, sir, actually monthly around 400 tons of material goes from Andaman to the mainland and it is getting exported from there, so particularly the chilled items. Sir. So that's why the export doesn't reflect in Andaman. It basically goes from the mainland as exports. Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Now with the connectivity enhancement happening, it will definitely go further. Next slide. So this is the comparison between the overall Indian exporters and the Andaman exporters. So we have more than 1,300 exporters in India, but in case of Andaman, it is just one exporter. Yes. Yes, sir. Registered with MPEDA, sir. There are with license. Or else the other people. Yes. Only the tie-up, sir. They. Yes. Yes. Next slide, please. So these are the potential species that already it has been talked about, which are which can be exported from Andaman, and right now only few species are getting exported. Sir. Next slide. So this is the global export, what is happening on those potential species, sir. Like almost like 14 billion export happens on tuna, wherein we have very less exports happening from India and particularly from Andaman, sir. The reef fishes also we have 5.9 billion export happening world over. And shrimp and lobsters 32 billion, wherein maximum it happens to the cultured shrimp, but still we have an opportunity from islands, sir. And seaweed also has a good potential, and other marine ornamental fishes, there are potential, sir. And again, the sustainability of the marine ornamental harvesting from the ocean and exporting is a little questionable, sir. But we need to have the resources assessed, and then it need to have a system by which we can exploit it and export. Next slide. So this slide talks about the export of the species from India on the potential species and the comparison with the Andaman parts, sir. Like for example, tuna and allied species, around 51,000 tons of export happens from India. But whereas in case of the Andaman, it is only 119 tons of tuna is getting exported. And in case of reef fishes, around 14,000 ton gets exported from India, but 2,000 ton gets exported from Andaman. In case of the crustaceans, like the major contributor for our exports, it is maximum from the mainland, and it is a very minimal which is happening from Andaman. So there is a huge potential for enhancing the exports of these major species which is available here. Next slide. So these are the backs. Sir. Yes, so this is the potential what has been estimated. Sir. Yes, sir. There is a species which has a good. Yes, sir. The potential what has been. Yes, sir. Yes, the potential estimated is around 5,000, sir. The export is only around 176 MT, and that basically goes in the frozen form, sir. And the exporter is exporting mainly to Thailand as well as to Malaysia, sir. And some parts of this, the reef fishes goes to Vietnam, sir. Next slide. So these are the gaps. What we have already done a study by sending officers here, sir, with the support of the Andaman administration. We have done a study. The same thing what has been spoken by the exporters. The lack of infrastructure both in the fish. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have submitted a report, sir. We have also done a study for the ODOP project as a tuna cluster, sir, for Andaman. Sir. Yes, sir.
सर ये गैप जो है कम्युनिकेशन का, अब आपने अपनी रिपोर्ट बनाई है तो वो किस माध्यम से शेयर की? फिशरीज को भेजी, चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब को भेजी?
So we have sent it to the
ओपन सॉफ्टवेयर टाइप
I'll share it right now also.
एफर्ट्स करो कि वो सबको मिल जाए और सब ये कहें कि सवाल ही नहीं उठता कि वो मिली नहीं किसी को.
I'll share it right now also.
It won't help because these are very valid points. सर सारे गैप्स हैं. ये गैप्स राज्य सरकार और वहाँ के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को पता होना चाहिए.
So when we talk about the fishing activities, so basically the boat which is there right now cannot catch a fish which is of good quality for export. So the price what we will get will be very low value. So for that the fishing boats has to be upgraded, and we also have the policy for fishing outside the coastal zone also. So for that again we need to have the policy in place. So that one person was mentioning about the boat what he is having. So we need to have the policy to allow him to go and fish, so that that becomes easy for him to catch, process it in the boat as well as he can export. Sir. And in case of the landing centers, sir, the government of India has done a great job in all the mainland landing centers. So likewise, we need to have a world-class facility in the landing center in the harbour, so that the material which gets landed can be handled properly. And there should be a proper handling center near to the airport as well, wherein we can do the chill fish handling as well as the live fish handling, which can be exported directly to the neighboring countries. So the case of aquaculture, so we have been talking about the aquaculture, but the aquaculture, the main problem with the export is the production cost. In case of the island, the main constraint what the farmers will face is the production cost because of the feed that needs to be imported, and again the seed cost, and again all the inputs which comes from outside will add to the cost. Like the mainland also, the shrimp farmers are facing the problem of price competency from the international market. So when we produce shrimp, we need to look into the production cost, then only we will be able to enhance our exports. Cage farming, the same will apply, sir, because we have been trying to do the grouper project which we initiated before, but that needs to be shut down because there was no connectivity and the production cost was much higher. The processing and value addition, sir, right now, though we have 4 processing plants, the infrastructure is not of the world-class facility. For that, as sir pointed out, there are states which have come out with processing. So
I saw a processing plant yesterday. I found
yes,
it had everything possible for mackerel processing.
Yes, sir. This only this basic infrastructure only he has right now, and the volume is only around 5 tons per day processing capacity he has. But when we and he is doing only the whole mackerel processing and exporting, sir. But he can further add value to it and export. For example, Thailand is buying our mackerel. They are doing the canning and exporting. So a canning factory can be established here, which can directly export the canned product, which again doesn't need a cold storage maintenance. So those type of additional facilities can be created.
Fish meal is a big gap. Yeah. So all these 4 processing plants, if the representatives are sitting here, if they want any additionality to the structure, the system, the process, this World Bank project that we have, where we are not doling out subsidies but giving incentives and performance grants, we'd be very willing to help you. And not only these 4 processing plants, anybody else wanting to enhance the value chain or deliver safe fish or traceability, we are looking forward to projects and we are ready to provide performance grants based on certain criteria. We can share, it's already been shared via state government, we'll share it once more as a part of the Tuna cluster.
Sir.
And then help to upgrade.
Yes. And in case of the aquaculture also, we need to have the facilities across the value chain, sir, starting from the hatchery till the farming. Then only it will have the production costs reduced. So that can be thought of. Yes. And in case of the exports, sir, again, the lab testing is more essential. Somebody was mentioning about the fishes like tuna, which has histamines. So when we catch it properly and when we handle it properly, the histamine level will be much lower. But when we don't handle it properly or catch it properly, the histamine level will be high and our product will not fetch much price. So we need to test the material before exports. So the labs should be established, or the sending the material to the mainland, getting it tested will be a difficult part. So when we have all the facilities, yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Yes. So that private labs can be established, ma'am, and EAC can approve it. That's how it happens, ma'am. And we can also like have a small lab right now, need be, based on the necessity.
ESI, I think representative is also there. After this
EAC,
session is
ma'am.
over, they can inform
The approval
that.
is done by EAC, ma'am. NABL and EAC approval is given for a lab when it is getting for export. If a material is intended for export, the certificate has to come from a lab which is approved by EAC.
Okay, so
It
we
can
have to
be a private
establish
lab also.
lab through private partner under
Yes,
maybe PMSY or
Yeah, that can be done. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And in case of the logistics, sir, already a lot of things has been talked about. When we have the connectivity also, like for example, the Thailand, somebody was telling that can we send material directly to Thailand when we fish in Andaman waters? There is a possibility, sir. We have already got an approval from Thailand government that fishing vessel which is fishing from Andaman can go directly land in Thailand. Previously, the reporting time was 72 hours. Like a fishing boat has to inform Thailand 72 hours in advance that I am coming and landing in your port. But right now, after we wrote to them, they have considered and reduced the reporting time from 72 hours to 36 hours. Sir. But only thing is we need to give a permission for the fishing vessels to go on berth there and land comes. So that if we can permit on a trial basis, that can help the fishermen to go and directly sell the live material or the chilled material. So that will fetch better prices also. Yes, sir, but the permission has to be given by the administration and the government, sir. Unless the government gives a permission, they can't just go into the foreign country to berths. So that there is a process in which needs to be done. PMSA is one, ma'am, and again there's a certificate that needs to be given to the fishing boat. So that unless they have a license, they can't just go online. That is for fishing, sir. This is for a vessel to go on. No, this is not the carrier vessel. If it is a vessel which is going, a fishing boat also can go and unload the material. We'll.
System. We have to have a, just as in the Antarctica Act, you have a committee who will bring together all those different players. Somebody has to bring them together.
And again, the last one, sir, that reefer containers. Right now, the exporter who is exporting here also, he is using the facility of a Chennai-based facilitator who charges almost like 80,000 rupees to take the material, one container from here to Chennai, sir. So again, from there to Malaysia, he spends only around 80,000 rupees. So per kg, he spends almost 10 rupees to carry the material to the mainland. So that can be reduced if we can facilitate more vessels which can. So a direct export is the most easiest way, sir. Or else it goes to mainland also, we need to facilitate more vessels which can carry. Next. Next one. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. So these are the things what actually from MPEDA side we have tried to help these administration, sir, and we are ready to work with the administration to further come out of the policy measures also, sir. Like for example, on the 72 hours reporting to 36 hours, we have written to the embassy and requested the government to reduce it. The Thailand government has considered that. And again, the delegation visit also, we have gone along with the administration to support the sector, sir. And cluster of boats has been identified, and we have been training in Lakshadweep through the Netfish, the support of SIFNet. Similar training can be done here also.
We'll help you.
Yes, sir.
Plug in all your thinking, your initiatives end to end within the Tuna cluster.
Yes.
But let's not work in silos.
Yes.
You there, I there,
yes.
AC there.
Somebody was asking about private export comes, sir. Australian export has been brought for tuna training before, and our fishermen have been trained. So those fishermen are now used for training in Lakshadweep. Similar practice can be adopted here, sir, and we can also bring in foreign experts and train our fishermen here again, sir. Further, yes. Outside countries also untrained. Yes, yes. Next one. So this like the same thing, sir. The same. If we are addressing the gap, that will help in facilitating the exports. Next. Next. So like if you are tapping almost 10% of the potential what is available, and we are able to export those 10% of the potential of the major species available, sir, we will be able to export almost like 500 crores of materials. And if you are able to get at least 50% of the unit value which is being offered in the international market, 500 crores at least exports we can promote, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Karthikeyan. Now I would like to request Dr. J.K. Jena, DDG Fisheries Science, ICAR, New Delhi, for his remarks.
Good evening, everyone. Most respected Honorable Ministers, Honorable Secretary, Chief Secretary of Andaman, and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and to present, but I don't have to say anything. Since morning we have been discussing everything. At this point we know what we need to do, where are the issues, how do we solve, all of us know. So I don't intend to say that what we have done over these years, all of us know in cage culture or seaweed farming, not only research institute, but also in the public sector or private sector, several work have been done. We know the strategy, what we need to be doing. We know the leasing, we know the industry involvement, all those things we are aware. But few things probably is necessary when we are looking for maybe next 5 years or 10 years. if we want to have 10,000 cages, which fish we should be growing? Is it that pompano or cobia we should be doing, or something else? If we are looking for the external market, probably external market, they need to have grouper or snapper, where we can get more money. In that case, the strategy need to be different. That means the establishment of hatchery, whatever we need to have planned today, if we start today hatchery establishment, it may take 3 to 4 years, because we need to have a brood stock raised and so on and so forth. So strategy making is so important at this point of time. Feed and all will come automatically once there is a demand, supply will come automatically, it will be there. Next, please go ahead. There is nothing much to say. Next also you can go. Next, we know these two things we have been discussing, seaweed and cage culture, it's major focus area we need to be doing. सर बोलेंगे सर बोलेंगे सर 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 नहीं सर यस सर यस सर ये दो एरिया छोड़ के भी जो ऑलरेडी डॉक्टर सुनील मोहम्मद वाज स्पीकिंग अबाउट कल्चर ऑफ पर्ल्स, black pearls, unique in nature, high value and all, bivalve farming, crustacean cluster and ecotourism. All those things are so important. Maybe even a oceanarium establishment would be necessary when we are looking for the international people coming here. Probably we need to think of all those aspects in the coming days. Maybe 1 or 2 slides I would like to emphasize more. Next, you go. Next. Yeah. It is important that we need to know where is our strength, where is weakness. Since morning we have been telling what is the strength, but weakness, whatever weakness we have at this point, how do we plug this? How do we overcome those weaknesses? All those we know. If we start listing, there will be another 20 weakness may be there. What we think today is a strength, tomorrow it will be a weakness also. So probably we need to have a forecasting. Maybe next 5 years planning will be so necessary at this point of time. But we know for sure today administration is so positive. There is DOF, PMSSY and all. So much of money is being pumped. So we have to have the opportunity. Most of the things is when you talk of cage culture, the offshore farming, whatever was discussed, probably that is one area we need to be thinking. How do you go ahead? Shallow areas, fine, all those things are limited again. The advantage is the just 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer away you have a offshore water. That is a big advantage here, which we don't get in the West Coast, East Coast. So how do you, probably Dr. Karthikeyan mentioned so much of area is available for mariculture, but we don't need to go everywhere. Probably a action point, next slide you go. We need to decide, maybe based on the survey, we can think of maybe 100 square kilometers, may not be more. Maybe 10 different places, 10 square kilometer each as a priority zone. That is what, whether we call special mariculture zone or whatever you say, this latitude and longitude will be available for leasing. If we do that, 10 different places, probably there will be investment coming in. Today people do not know if I want to do, where I should go, if I want to go there, whether I should have access or not. So first thing is potential area assessment. Yes, macro level assessment has been done by the administration, by NIOT and all, but probably it will be more necessary to have a close survey jointly by all the including administration, so that today, for example, NIOT has come up with something. Tomorrow CMFRI will do something, they will tell, no, that is not proper. Probably we should have done that. The methodology what you have adopted is not correct. So collectively, if we do, we need not think for a long-term planning, 3 years, 5 years, 6 months or 1 year should be good enough. Coming out some places, not everywhere, just few areas. Let us identify few areas, 5 to 10 places, and say this is the demarcated zone where we want to have investment. That is what is necessary. Then long-term planning, short-term planning, yes, even if 5 years we consider it as short-term planning, because it takes time. It does not happen so immediately. So, and long-term planning is so important. Of course, Dr. Karthikeyan did mention about the maybe hatcheries, diagnostic lab, and so forth. All those will happen. And I don't need to mention all those things. We know that how important it is. Time is short. I don't intend to discuss more. You can go. Maybe last slide I will come. And we know the advantages when we go for IMTA or other. Next. This is one area probably we need to. I had a discussion with some entrepreneur in the morning. How do you go ahead? We have technology of so many species, damsel, clown, high values ornamentals, but we need not go for all 20 species. Definitely, if the external market demands only 2-3 important species, let us focus on only 2-3 important species, clown or damsel, and target few entrepreneurs who produce mass scale. Otherwise, if somebody want to send a consignment, probably he will not be taking 500,000 and all. So how do we go ahead? This important. And last thing, what sir was mentioning about the kappa ficus, whether we should do or not do. I don't say that the call has to be taken collectively by you and administration, but a study was done, a collective study was done by CMFRI, and then in the Gulf of Mannar, not here, CMFRI and CSCM plus CSMCRI together. They did a study, and at the end of the day, the report says that it is not cannot be considered as an invasive species. But if you want to try to find fault, anywhere you can find it. Even I can prove milk drinking is poisonous. Not invasive. Not invasive. See, that is what I told. If out of 1,000 people, one person may have a milk, if you drink milk, he may have a problem. But that does not say that milk is a poisonous food material. So, yes, sir, it is documented. It is this is the study by collective study by that in the Gulf of Mannar. In the Niti Aayog meeting also, we had a deliberation over there. Niti Aayog, it was a big meeting, including the Gulf of Mannar Forest Department people were also there. And it was a strong feeling was there that we should go ahead with a positive thinking. But to avoid the repercussion, probably we avoid the places where there is a coral reef, where there is a nearer to coastal areas. We think for offshore, where there is no possibility of corals. If we go, maybe if coral reef is here, we go 20 kilometers away from the coral reef. If Indonesia is only 30 kilometers from here, maybe we don't allow in the coastal areas, bay areas, but we allow in the offshore water. So probably we need to take a call. If more deliberation is necessary, we will be ready to deliberate. Any technical support is necessary. For furthermore study also we can do, sir. But we should go with a positive thinking, definitely. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I don't have time much to speak here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jaina. And now I request Dr. Krishnan, from Director BOBP, to give his comment. Please.
Very good evening, and somehow we missed that today is a very historic day. In the entire history of Andaman, never it has happened like in this scale we have conducted a meeting, like the minister, both the minister, secretary, the entire ambit of fisheries team coming to island. It has never happened. And one more, possibly Andaman is blessed, like in the last 2 years we can say like it's a golden period for fisheries. Andaman never had a chief secretary who had fisheries as close to his heart ever. And for this meeting to happen in the penultimate week of his leaving Andaman is a kind of a befitting farewell. Like I think like he deserves a big applause. Hearty congratulations, sir. So just I'll present some interesting data points and then few identified 7 action points for the Andaman administration particularly. So having set this momentum, you'll be surprised like the global tuna export is kind of in a huge rise. And if you see the growth rate, how export is growing in India and the world, the Indian growth rate both in value as well as in quantity, it is growing many folds than the average global growth rate. No other country is matching this. And the other side, if you see like the India's share in the global tuna export, both in value as well as in quantity, it is consistently on the rise. So the only inference is like though we are marginal place in the tuna export, we are growing very, very fast. And another interesting data point is like in India, the proportion of processed tuna as a total catch, it's on a significant rise. And again, if you compare with the total catch, the share of processed tuna in the total catch, the blue is global, it is kind of a flat one, but in India, the processed tuna catch is increasing. So that indicates we are kind of having better processing capabilities and we are moving up in the value chain. And as a country, we are adapting to the global best practices and there is scope for sustainable resource utilization. So there is a huge possibility for upgradation of the tuna value chain. These are indicators as a country as a whole. Andaman is no exception to this. And almost at least this part has been well presented by various stakeholders like earlier under the World Bank study as well as jointly with NFDB, BOBP conducted a series of stakeholder consultations. The major issue identified was like poor quality of the landed tuna. Multiple reasons are there like landing issues, onboard issues, catching small fishes, no management, multiple issues. Jointly with this has led to the low price, and again when the fishing, the cost of fishing is also high in Andaman. So because of high cost, low price realization, the fisherman gets a very poor price like. So both the things have to be addressed concurrently like. And we very often talk about value chain. We know the sequence in theory and practice. Value chain may appear very simple in theory, but in process in the map we can see like it is very, very complex. And we already discussed like multiple presentations. The current catch is far below the potential. Small fragmented production is the issue, and the value chain is inefficient. Multiple issues are there, and the pivotal intervention is like good understanding, trust, and cooperation among the actors in the value chain. That's what is happening today. So it's a good starting point, and value realization is the key for the investors. Few pointers for action. The first pointer is like we have to diversify the export markets. Currently, India's market is limited to Middle East and then Southeast Asia. Largely, it is like Tunisia, Vietnam, Thailand, and other countries. So this implies like our export, the quality of our export tuna is not as good because the other bigger markets require more stringent quality. So unless we do that, we will be limiting our entire market to this. And the price, there is almost like 30 to 60% variation in the different markets. So we should be targeting as a country, not only for Andaman Islands. I'll show you later like why Andaman has an advantage than mainland India to meet this. And we need to have a clear business plan for different market segments. For low market, different strategy. For a high price market, it has to be a totally different market strategy. And another interesting data point is like India as a country, the processing capacity is increasing. The orange line shown below is the rate of increase in the processing capacity. And the blue line is the tuna catch. So very soon, the total processing capacity of India will be exceeding the total tuna catch. So when we say processing capacity, it is not only limited to tuna, it's for all. But this situation will create a huge pressure on tuna fishing. So when we are preparing all this, as per the investors' requirement, we have to keep a point like we have to strengthen the fisheries management infrastructure, which is quite weak in Andaman. So there has to be a special capacity development for the Andaman Fisheries Department. The third data point is like India being a multi-species, multi-fishery, different fishing gears are used. In India, the major fishing method used to catch fish is gill net. One of the investors was also telling like catching by gill net reduces value. And the advantage for Andaman is this. Though in India, major method is gill net, for Andaman, 60% of the catch is coming from long line. Already, it is in a higher pedestal. So the quality is, to this extent, ideally it should be better than the mainland catch, but it is not. It is not. The reason is like, though we are catching in Andaman with the best fishing method, the fishermen are not as skilled to handle it like. So it's rather, it is easier to do this capacity development than introducing a long liner in India. In India, to add this long liner is very difficult. Here already a good thing is there. So if you take the earlier data point, if you want to capture the high price market from India, Andaman is the bet, not the mainland tuna. So this is the advantage we should capitalize. The fourth actionable point is like tuna has many values, multiple values. So, and it is available in the entire world. You'll be surprised like tuna is the most traded commodity, not the most traded seafood, most traded commodity in the world. So with this, unless we create a brand around it, it's very difficult to sell. Maldives gets a premium by selling it as one-by-one fishing. So Andaman has, we are harvesting from a virgin frontiers of the Indian Ocean, something we have to brand. They catch by pole and line fishing, sir, like exclusively by pole and line and then hand lines. So they brand it like 100% catch by one-by-one fishing method. One-by-one fish is caught. So possibly the immediate action I will submit to the Chief Secretary, like in the administration, we shall run a campaign in the Andaman as a state. We can identify, get the ideas from the youth, industry, everybody, what should be the value proposition for Andaman. So that will create a sense of ownership. And we can declare tuna as the state fish of Andaman. Actually in India, 22 states have a state fish. Say West Bengal has Hilsa, Kerala has Etroplus. No, that is different. In addition to that, every state, just to promote fishery, every state has a fish. So ICR, the National Bureau of Fish and Resources, has a policy document. So based on that, almost every state, Jana sir will be, maybe will be able to add, like every state has a state fish, 22 states have identified. So taking this as a starting point, we can say like Andaman can declare tuna as a state fish. We can run a campaign among the community. What should be the value proposition so that there will be a sense of ownership among the people. So that should be the idea when even a local tuna is served in a hotel. So that should be served with that message. That will add. And export will take time. Though however we try, we cannot imagine like Andaman fish will reach an export market immediately. Like, but that is not a reason to wait. There is a hidden export potential available in our country itself. Like, if you see like India is importing tuna. We are importing tuna from Thailand, Spain, China and many other countries. And we can see like there is a growing import. Why we are importing? Though we are producing more, we are importing high priced tuna, high quality tuna to meet the high end consumers in India. So Andaman tuna can be it can identify and then it can target the high priced market so that it can be a replacement for the import. Mainland tuna will not meet this because the quality is low. So, and even for numbers, there are so many communities who are living in India, and it is clearly mapped like where these people are living, where these industries are located. So Andaman tuna can reach this specialized, identified, high-priced markets. Like, so that will be a starting point. And one success story which Government of India even awarded was RO fish model. 2021, Government of India has given a kind of innovators award, Department of Fisheries. So this is a couple. They have started a small scale tuna processing facility. They started to identify the expatriates market living in Pondicherry. So even today the industry is working. Initially this was under World Bank's project BOBP supported this facility. The training was provided by ICR CAFT, and even now also like handling all that, like they do world class. They represent in different international segments. So what I mean to say is like when big industry all should happen, there is a scope for doing even small scale units like this in multiple such units in Port Blair. So, and the quality is very high. The fishing method is also very premier. And the sixth penultimate point, intervention point is, tuna is the most regulated fishery in the world. So when we prepare all this, we should be knowing like unless our competence in the department is built, we may do everything, but there will be some kind of a quota or something else, we will not be able to export. So because in this region, IOTC is there, and then there are not just quota, there are even regulations like how should be the labor conditions in the boat, what should be the reporting mechanism for the boat. And there is a kind of a catch limit also when it comes to tuna. It's the most regulated fish. So keeping this in the mind, while innovators invest, developments happen, Department of Fisheries, Andaman administration has to invest in terms of building capacity for these complaints also like. And the last one is like knowledge exchange. I had an opportunity to discuss this with the Chief Secretary and then present a detailed proposal as well. We should be providing opportunity for the investors, for the fishermen and the officials at all stakes to the nearby countries who have been doing very good, very uniquely in terms of tuna. Sri Lanka does long line fishing, and their ability to catch, ability to report, that is mechanisms to report, all are really better than here. And we always will have a jump start advantage. When we start today, probably they should have taken 5 years to do it. India can do it in 1 month. So that's a kind of an advantage that we have. So Chief Secretary will remember, like we just presented a detailed plan. The plan is already there with the department, has passed through various vetting. Possibly we can just go ahead and then build this capacity. Certainly we will be happy to help. And they have policy to FDI is allowed with the foreign companies, in the sense like a foreign company can partner with the local fishermen and then fish. That's what one of the investors also was asking, Chief Secretary was requesting, that is to hire people, at the same time to hire technical expertise to operate it till we build the capacity. And this probably may not be required for mainland, but as a special case, it is required for Andaman. And tuna, when it in Maldives, a country which fishes fully tuna by one fishing method, they have created a niche market in the world. The highest price paid for a tuna is from Maldives. So possibly the next possible country should be Andaman. So there is a clear possibility. And in terms of attraction, they have created this anchored fish aggregating devices, and this aggregating devices, around that almost 1/3 of the Maldivian catch is caught around this area. And fishers are known to stay there for 3 to 6 days, and within 2 miles the fishing can happen. So Andaman has huge potential to bring this. Possibly NIOT kind of organizations are well equipped to design this and then implement. Only thing is like one visit from the Andaman administration team to understand, appreciate in what scale it has to be done. India has all means to do this in a very big way for Andaman. So just to sum up, while many things will happen, in a close 1 month, 2 months or 3 months, we should be preparing a kind of a comprehensive roadmap, the intervention that has to happen for harvest, policy support, what are the R&D gaps and everything. Particularly capacity development is one which has to kickstart immediately, and schemes already were mentioned. And in terms of policy support, I will suggest like we may consider to create a new vertical integrated commercialization distribution entity, possibly MPEDA, which has already started of creating a unit here. It can become a model for the country so that it provides all wholesome intervention, and specific R&D support, which already CMFRI is providing it. It can be more channelized. The role of investors already it is discussed. I close this. So the Andaman tuna fisheries has all potential to take off. So together we can pull the right levers. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan, for your nice presentation. Now I would like to request Dr. Ranjit Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing, to highlight the schemes supporting to fishery sector.
Good evening, all the esteemed dignitaries on the stage and investors, colleagues, friends. I was sitting, listening, and just thought when the discussion came about establishing the food testing laboratories. So I wanted to highlight that the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, we implement a scheme called Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. There are many components under that scheme, and two of the components which are very relevant for the fish and marine sectors. One is the food testing laboratories. In this, already the Honorable Union Finance Minister has announced providing support for setting up of 100 food testing laboratories. We are working on that proposal, and this is a central sector scheme, so it is direct support from the ministry. And we invite applications as in the form of expression of interest from the prospective entrepreneurs. The application is to be submitted directly on the PM Sampada portal. So the subsidy provided is up to 35% in general areas and to the general category entrepreneurs, up to 50% of the eligible project cost, which only excludes the land cost. The food testing laboratory machineries are all covered, and the support can go up to 5 crore rupees for each laboratory. That is about the FTL. Then there's another relevant information that I would like to share is that we have already issued an expression of interest calling for application for setting up of food irradiation units. Food irradiation, as we know, has a huge application, especially if we are looking at export-oriented units, because it removes the dependency on chemical treatment for hygienization of food products. So that UI is already open. Under that also, we'll be providing support for 35% and 50% with the ceiling of 10 crore of rupees to the prospective entrepreneurs. Though now the last date is 21st of this month only, which is almost over. I would like the interested investors, they can have a look at the guidelines, and probably will be coming up with a follow-up EOI as well in the next few months. So with this, I thank you all, and I thank the Ministry of Fisheries, Andaman Nicobar Islands Administration for inviting and giving this opportunity to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Now I would like to request Naima from Invest India for 2 minutes remark.
I'll quickly not take much time, so thank you all for being present here. Over the past couple of days, we all have been in touch to understand all the queries, issues, and investment plans that you have. I would like to take some time to present on what all facilitation work is provided by Invest India. So as you may be aware, Invest India is the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency under the aegis of DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industries, Government of India. So there are a few areas that we work in. We work across sectors, across ministries, across departments, and we help investors have a one-stop solution so that they do understand the various schemes and incentives being offered by all allied departments. We also help you in strategizing your investments, comparison between different states, understanding policies, with the help of the respective nodal agencies, etc., and also expediting clearances. So these are some of the major areas. I'd like you also to please reach out to us if you have any queries. The next slide also has our email IDs. You can drop an email to us. We shall be connected. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naima.
Just to attract more processing plants and support the existing plants, do things I think can be done. These are our tariff is at almost 14, which is highest in the country. So if you can have a different rate for fish related processing plants, ice plants, and all that, at least for some time, it will help. Number two, sir, frozen fish sent from here attracts 5% GST. And if you brand it, like he said, if you can create a brand for Andaman, then you brand it and send it as a pack, it will be 18%. So in the domestic market, we spend a lot of money on freight, almost like some people say 10 rupees a kilo. So this would help, at least for sometimes 3 to 5 years, we have some GST holiday and power health. Thank you.
Is there any question? Otherwise, we'll stand for national anthem, sir. Just. Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya Hai Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindhu Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkal Banga Indya Himachal Jamuna Ganga Jachal Jaladhi Taranga तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे Jaya 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 Hai. Now all are requested to go first floor for cultural program and high tea. Thank you very much.